using today so that we put away the others. We have quite a clutter in front of us. Not clutter in a negative sense, no.
Commissioners, I'm very well aware that there are thousands of pages before you
Yes.
for this witness. For today, what you will require is the bundle with the statement, file 1 of 1, and it says Lieutenant General D. Khumalo's statement. You'll need the annexures to that statement, which says Lieutenant General D. Khumalo annexures. And I'm also struggling with these files, Chair. Then you will need file 1, which is marked annexure WB1 and WB2. So those are the 3 you'll require today.
Thank you. And will you be getting to WB1 and WB2 shortly, or should I put it behind me so long?
It's quite likely we'll get there after tea.
Okay. We are ready.
Thank you, Chair. General Khumalo, you would have heard me explain to the Commission the files that we have in front of us. So the 3 for today is the statement folder, the annexures to your statement folder, and the file that says WB1 and WB2. Do you have those in front of you?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. So if we could begin with your statement.
General, if you could please speak up a bit and bring one of the 2 mics right in front of you, please. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. General, your statement is 78 pages. Can you go to page 78? Is that your signature at the end of the statement?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And have you read the statement?
Yes, I've read.
And can you confirm on oath that the contents are true and correct?
I do confirm the contents of my affidavit are true and correct.
Will there be any technological issues if the General leaves his mic on? I think it's quite awkward that he keeps switching on and off, switching on and off.
I'll be guided by the techies on that.
Who can give us guidance? Is there anyone, technical person? Is it fine if the General leaves it on? Please leave it on, General. Thank you.
I assume that it's also fine if I leave mine on then as we proceed.
Is it fine if both are on? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, if we can begin at the beginning. Page 1 of your statement sets out a table of contents, and you've divided your statement into 3 parts. Can I ask you, for those who don't have the statement in front of them, to just go through the headings of your statement so that people have a roadmap of your evidence?
Thank you, Chairperson, Commissioners. My affidavit is divided into 3 parts. The first part, or part A, I will be introducing the whole affidavit, and then I'll follow it up with my service history and background in the SAPS, South African Police Service. I'll also give my role within SAPS leadership. And then lastly, under Part A, I'll take the commission through the establishment of the political killings task team. Under Part B, I'll be dealing with the evidence of infiltration and the influence of organized crime in the criminal justice system. I'll also deal with organized crime in the Republic of South Africa, as well as the events that led to the Gauteng counter-intelligence operation, and also give further evidence on infiltration of the criminal justice system. Under Part C, I'll be dealing with the disbandment or disestablishment of the political killings task team, with specific reference to the 121 dockets that were returned. I'll also deal with the retaliation against the political killings task team, and then I'll conclude my affidavit.
Thank you, General Khumalo. So paragraphs 1 to 4 then of your statement. You provide your current position and your reasons for furnishing a statement to the Commission. Can you please explain those paragraphs to the Commission?
Introducing myself, I am Lieutenant General Khumalo in the South African Police Service, currently holding the rank of a Lieutenant General, and the post title, I am the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence since the 1st of December 2022. Coupled with my current title and position, I have also been the project leader of the political killings task team since I succeeded Major General Ramatswele, who retired at the end of September 2018. But from the inception, I was the project coordinator for the political killings task team since July 2018. In finishing this statement, I'll describe the history of the political killings task team from its establishment date, and also I will show the role that organized crime cartel played in an attempt to close down the political killings task team. It is my view that the attempt to disband the political killings task team was due to the influence of a particular organized crime cartel over the Ministry of Police, as well as the South African Police Service, who mistakenly thought that the political killings task team was investigating the same cartel.
Thank you. Before we proceed to paragraphs 5 and 6, you have indicated that the evidence that you provide today is what you're able to speak of in public, and that there's additional evidence you wish to submit to the Commission. Can you address that, please, with reference to paragraphs 5 and 6?
That's correct, Commissioners. Included in my affidavit is all the evidence that I'll be able to share in the public hearing. But alongside this evidence set out in this statement, there is also considerably more evidence at my disposal that cannot be shared in a public space for the following reasons. Sharing some of evidence will expose our methodologies, will expose our informants, the resources, taking also into consideration the high risk, the current threat assessment of the Gauteng organized crime, Gauteng counterintelligence investigation, as it's still ongoing. Also sharing some of the information will compromise the same ongoing investigation. After giving oral evidence on the basis of this statement, I will apply to the Commission for the remaining evidence to be heard in camera, or in respect of the second class of the evidence described above, to defer the giving of such evidence in open hearing until such time that it will be possible to do so without again compromising the current and ongoing criminal investigations. As I've said, for the safety of those involved and the protection of the investigation itself.
Can I just check, Mr. Sim, the second class of evidence general that you refer to, is that what you have in paragraph 5.2, where you say giving some of your evidence in public would prejudice against ongoing criminal investigation? Is that the second class you're referring to?
The second class, Commissioners, refers to if it happens that during the sitting of the Commission, there is some of evidence that can safely be shared in public, will do so.
Do I understand you to be saying, General, that if current and ongoing criminal investigations reach a point where they're concluded before the Commission has completed its investigations, that you would share that publicly?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Thank you. Can we then turn, your next topic that you address is your service history and your background. Can you please explain to the Commission with reference to paragraph 7 to 9, your background?
Thank you, Commissioners. As I've introduced myself, I've been serving as the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence since December 2022. My whole service history is contained in the SAPS 96 record of service that is attached as Annexure SDK 1, and I confirm its correctness.
Are you done, or you want to continue with that?
I'm continuing. I joined the South African Police Service in July 1991, as confirmed and reflected in the attached service records, as a constable, and I grew up each and every rank to the current rank of a Lieutenant General. I've served the police for the period of 34 years. Testimony to that are the 10 years, 20 years, and 30 years loyal service medals that has been bestowed to me. I've served and excelled in all policing environments or programs at both operational and managerial levels. That is from crime prevention to crime investigation and to crime intelligence. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. And the long service medals, are those reflected in your SAPS 96?
That is correct, Commissioners.
All right. So in your next section, you speak about something called the 5-pillar approach. So as I understand it, this is your approach to crime prevention and combating. Can you please explain that to the Commission?
Thank you, Commissioners. It happened as I grew up the ranks, that between 2011 and 2018, I was at the level of a brigadier, and I was appointed the head of national operations, responsible for the planning, the execution of the plan, the monitoring of the operation, as well as the assessment thereof. It happened then that during my course of duty, I identified one of the shortcomings that was affecting our threat-specific or periodical operations, and at some level also affecting the normal operations of the police, which was lack of coordinated efforts. SAPS had become more over-specialized in terms of the environment that you are operating on, which was making it difficult then to approach the operations then in a unified and coordinated manner.
What do you mean by specialized, General?
By over-specialization, Commissioner, I'm meaning that if you are within the crime prevention environment, you'll regard it as your specialization that has got nothing to do with the investigation environment of crime. Hence, then, it was affecting the coordinated efforts in terms of dealing with a particular crime or threat in an operation format. The initiative then that is normally called and referred to now as five-pillar approach was meant to address that shortcoming. As I've mentioned that during my assessment of all the operations that I was coordinating nationally, this shortcoming came up and it was rendering our operations to be ineffective. Since then, we had to initiate this five-pillar approach, which was firstly presented to the South African Police Board of Commissioners in 2016, where it was formally approved. I subsequently then oversaw the implementation of this approach in all national interventions or police operations. Since the introduction of this approach, the five-pillar approach then has been adopted as the standard operational methodology of the whole of the South African Police Service.
Before Advocate Hassim asked you to tell us what this five-pillar approach is exactly, I too had a question for you on this. You deal with it in paragraph 10, or I should not even say you deal with it, you mention the five-pillar approach, and you again mention it, let me see where, in paragraph 14 as well, you mention it. But nowhere, unless I've misread your statement, nowhere do you tell us or give us the five pillars. What are the five pillars themselves? I'm asking because of the later mention in paragraph 14, it seems that it is of relevance. If you had just mentioned it in passing in paragraph 10, I would not have bothered, but paragraph 14 suggests that it is relevant. So that's why I want to know what these five pillars are. So,
General, the chair is asking the relevance of the five-pillar approach plan and what the content is. And as pointed out, you deal with it later to say that that is the approach that informed the work of the political killings task team. So it's quite important that you set out what the five pillars are.
The first pillar is, the second pillar is, right up to pillar 5.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. The first pillar talks to the intelligence gathering, coordination, and analysis. The second pillar talks to the proactive approach in dealing with crime or a particular threat. The third pillar talks to the more combat approach in dealing with the particular threat. And pillar number 4 talks to the reactive through detection. In other words, focused investigation of reported cases. Pillar number 5 talks to communication and liaison aspects of the whole approach. But as the Chair has indicated, I will dwell much on those pillars when I get to paragraph 14 and linking this 5-pillar approach to other operations where it has been used with more specific reference than to the political killings task team.
Thank you, General. You also give an example, is the example that you provide in paragraph 12 an example of the implementation of this approach?
Thank you, Commissioners. Yes, indeed, in paragraph 12, we are noting one example of a successful application or implementation of this approach in one of our national intervention operations that we ran in 3 provinces, which was Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and KwaZulu-Natal, that was focusing on rhino poaching or wildlife trafficking. I was the leader, the project leader, as well as the commander of this operation, which ran from or under the nickname Ops Rhino, which ran then for close to 7 years in those 3 provinces, where we implemented this 5-pillar approach in its totality. The operation itself happened then to coincide with a need for us to develop the strategy that was going to be implemented in the country in dealing with wildlife trafficking. I was part of the leadership that developed the strategy that is now referred to as National Integrated Strategy to Combat Wildlife Trafficking in South Africa, which is, of course, internationally recognized as we speak, and it was the first of its kind in the country and was approved by the Cabinet during May 2023. The primary objective of the strategy was to guide the law enforcement agencies in South Africa and to equip them with necessary resources to reduce and prevent the escalating problem of wildlife trafficking. It was recommended by the Cabinet as a more practical tool for the investigation and prosecuting of wildlife trafficking syndicates internationally.
Thank you.
General, where you say it was recommended by Cabinet, you mean commended by Cabinet?
I'm sorry,
That's
Commissioners, it was commended, yes.
And so, General, as I understand, because you're still busy dealing with your background, are you going to return to the issue of this approach to investigations when you talk about the work of the PKTT?
That is correct, Commissioners. I thought of explaining this approach at the beginning of my affidavit because it will assist us as we go through the methodology that is currently utilized in the political killings task team.
Thanks. All right, so can you, in paragraphs 13 to 16, you speak about crime investigation and your role since your background since 2018. Can you briefly take the Commission through that?
Yes, Commissioners. Since July 2018, I was assigned initially as the project coordinator, which subsequently led to my appointment as the project leader from September 2018. The National Task Team that is still responsible for the investigation of politically related incidents in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. This was as a result of the directive by the President in establishing the Inter-Ministerial Committee, which was appointed to ensure that those that are responsible for the killings in the province of KwaZulu-Natal are held accountable. During my initial days in the project, it became clear from also the assessments by the Inter-Ministerial Committee, as well as ourselves as the new command, that the investigations in these cases were not yielding any successful results for a variety of challenges that I will also indicate as I move on with the briefing on the establishment of the political killings task team, as well as methodologies employed. It was during the initial stages that I have to develop the strategy that was going to be used. The strategy of which now we refer to it as tried and tested. It is the analysis-led investigation using organized crime approach.
General Mkhwanazi and General Masemula told us about the prosecution-led investigation process. You have now added analysis and prosecutorial driven, you call it. Can you explain to us this new aspect of analysis-led, which the other generals did not mention?
Thank you, Chairperson, Commissioners. The analysis-led is the initial approach or the initial plan that we developed at the beginning of the project. The integrated approach came few months down the line. Hence, then I thought that I start from the beginning just to show the investigative approach before we expand it to include then other stakeholders. The analysis-led approach was basically meant to bring different expertise from within SAPS to work in a coordinated fashion. Our approach was, let us get our house in order first before we invite other stakeholders, so as then the integrated approach will be more effective once then we have sorted our own issues within SAPS.
Do I understand you then to mean that the analysis-led was not something applied on a case-by-case basis? It's something that you engaged in at the initial stage? Because I do know that the prosecution-led process was on a case-by-case basis. Each case involved prosecutors engaging with the investigators, making suggestions to them on what to investigate, hence prosecution-led investigations. So obviously, that's on a case-by-case basis. Now, I understand your answer with regard to analysis-led to mean that you did the analysis as different role players within SAPS, and I understand this to have taken place at the initial stage. Do I understand you correctly, or was it also applicable on a case-by-case basis?
Thank you, Chairperson. Commissioners, partly it means that, but correctly so. It means the analysis-led approach is also utilized on a case-to-case basis. To explain it further is we moved away from the investigators-led investigation. We moved towards analysis-led. Hence, even now, our team is made up mainly of different analysts that are leading the investigating team towards the direction that is directed by the information at hand, starting from the initial statement from the docket, which will need a thorough analysis from the operational analysis point of view. But then we'll line up then all the analysis capabilities that are available in the South African Police Service that we know they are there. Your forensic analyst, your ballistic analyst, your call data analyst, your communication analyst, all these different types, your financial statement analyst, we brought them together. So as the plan for the investigation of each and every case moves, each and every analyst will be able to deposit their input for the operational analyst then to look at the holistic picture and be able to direct the investigation of each and every case towards the right direction.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, General. Am I right that you will be dealing with this in more detail with reference to SDK4, which is the Integrated Strategic Plan for Investigation and Prosecution of Politically Related Cases?
That is
specifically
correct,
for the PKTT. So you will come back to the question that the Chair asked later on in your evidence with reference to your plan. Is that right?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Thank you. So we're still in the background. Can you explain your background in crime intelligence? So that would be paragraph 17 onwards. I think that's where you were. If there's something you wish to say before you get there, you're free to do so.
I can proceed to paragraph 17, Commissioners.
Sorry, you skipped 15. May or may not be relevant.
I thought so. Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. So before we get there, can you deal with paragraphs 15 and 16?
Thank you, Commissioners. Paragraph 15 and 16 are the extension of the explanation as to how we assess the analysis-led investigation that was implemented in the political killings task team.
Perhaps, I'm sorry, Advocate Hassim. I'm very sorry, General. You were at 14 and I'm the one who moved you away from that after asking you about the analysis led. There's something that I consider quite important, which is your last sentence of paragraph 14, the one starting the adoption of this multidisciplinary. Perhaps you might want to read that into the record.
So that's the last sentence of paragraph 14.
Thank you, Commissioners. The adoption of this multidisciplinary national task team underpinned by the five-pillar approach that is coming from the experience of how both proactive and reactive activities or operations in the SAPS were not so effective. The five-pillar approach became also the basis of the approach in the analysis-led approach of the political killings task team and proved highly effective, and as it is now regarded as the benchmark for tackling contract killings of any kind.
That's fine, thanks.
On paragraph 15, we are citing one other example of how effective is this analysis-led investigation coupled with the five-pillar approach can be utilized in any other organized crime approach investigation. We're citing an example where the same political killings task team was assigned to the Eastern Cape in the University of Fort Hare to investigate a series of murder and attempted murder cases that are totally not related to the political environment or killings. There were incidents where the university officials and staff were targeted. It is during those investigations utilizing the same analysis-led in the Eastern Cape where then this approach proved to be effective and proved that it can be utilized in any investigation of contract killings, not only to the political killings. I will dwell much on the investigation or the extension of the mandate of the political killings task team to the Eastern Cape, more specifically, University of Fort Hare later on, Chair.
Can I ask you, General Khumalo, when was there already an investigation ongoing in the Eastern Cape with regard to the University of Fort Hare, or were you, as the PKTT, brought in to begin investigating?
Thank you, Chair. It's one of the yardsticks that we use to assess the effectiveness of the approach, because as was the case in the PKTT KZN, the cases that were assigned to the team were the cases that have been investigated before, either by the general detectives at station level or organized crime units then at provincial level. So same in the Eastern Cape, the cases that were referred to the team were the cases that have been investigated before at station and provincial level.
And why do you emphasize that? Why do you emphasize that these would be cases that had been investigated in the conventional way or by some specialized units, but were then taken over or given to the PKTT. What's the significance of that? The historical aspect of them having been investigated by some other SAPS entity before.
Thank you, Commissioner. I emphasize that because I am still in the explanation on the effectiveness of this analysis-led investigation to prove that investigations on the same case that were done utilizing the traditional way of investigation seemed to be not effective. Hence, then, as we implemented it in KZN and it became successful, and we were roped in the Eastern Cape, it also became successful. Hence, then, we concluded that it is the effective approach on the investigation, more especially of organized contract killings.
I thought that's where you wanted to go, but you kept silent at some point, and that's when I decided to ask you the question.
You anticipated my question, Chair.
My apologies, Advocate Asim.
Are you satisfied with the answer?
I was too quick to the draw, I guess. No, I'm satisfied, thank you.
Thank you. General, can you explain for the Commission your background in crime intelligence? And so now we will be dealing with paragraph 17 to 19 of your statement.
Thank you, Commissioners. As I've indicated before, that I was appointed as the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence in December 2022. This is the environment that I've spent more than a decade of my earlier career period. It is normally referred to as non-commissioned period from the rank of a sergeant up until then the rank of a junior officer, a captain. I was within the crime intelligence environment. And also between the year 2011 and 2012, I was appointed, I was by that time then at the level of a brigadier within the division operational response services. But between the year 2011 and 2012, I was appointed as the acting head of counter and security intelligence in the division crime intelligence.
Sorry, Advocate Asim, can I just get clarity on this? General, as Divisional Commander of Crime Intelligence and Project Lead of PKTT, where were you based? Were you in KZN or in Pretoria? Because you said in your intro that the crime syndicates had mistakenly assumed that the PKTT was investigating them in Gauteng, specifically in Johannesburg. So I just want to get clarity. Where were you based throughout this period, let's say from 2022 to 2024?
Thank you, Commissioners. Between the period 2022 to date, or to 2024, I was based in Pretoria as the Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence full-time. And I was also still the project coordinator of the political killings task team.
No longer coordinator, General. You were coordinator until September of 2018 when General, who is it, Ramatswele?
Ramatswele.
Retired. You were coordinator before that and you became the leader. You referred to yourself as coordinator in 2022 to 2024?
Yes, Chair, maybe then it was my mistake that I did not emphasize the fact that when I was made the project leader, I was not stripped of the title
Yes,
of being the project coordinator,
Yes.
which then happened to combine
Yes,
being both the coordinator and the leader.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, it's not significant, but it's just that you differentiated between coordinator and leader. When the PKTT was established, you were the coordinator, and you said you then became the leader when General Ramatswele retired in September of 2018. So my understanding then was that there were two positions, one of coordinator and one of leader. So that's, as I say, it's not significant, and I just corrected you, or attempted to, I may have been wrong, when you still referred to yourself as the coordinator, when you said since September 2018 you have now been the leader and no longer just a coordinator. As I say, let's not get bogged down by that. It's not significant.
Perhaps I could ask one follow-up question on that, Chair. When you became project leader, when you assumed that role after Major General Ramatswele retired, was anyone appointed as the role of project coordinator?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe then let me link the current period 2022 to 2024 with the yesteryears. So as then we all understand. In 2018, I was holding a rank of a brigadier. It was my co-function to coordinate all national operations. I was the national operations coordinator. Hence, then I had to resume that role, that initial role in the political killings task team from July 2018. And then when General Ramatswele retired, I was then appointed to be the project leader, which coincided with my promotion to a major general's level, the level where General Ramatswele was when he was a leader. And my post then was above the National Operations Coordinator at national level. I was the head of national operations. And then there was then a head of both national operations planning and national operations monitoring. So I was then appointed to the level above the coordinator of national operations. Hence, then the coordination part of the operation that I was doing at a brigadier's level, I was still doing it now as the leader of the operation at a major general's level.
So there wasn't another person who was appointed as the answer. Thank you. I think you were dealing with paragraph 17 when the question arose. Can you continue from there?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioners. On paragraph 18.
Sorry, General. On paragraph 17, before you leave it, you say that when you, prior to your appointment as the Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence, the division was beset by numerous challenges. What challenges were you faced with? You then go on to say that you introduced a management style to deal with this, but perhaps you could just explain what the challenges were when you took that office.
Thank you, Commissioners. Maybe then if I may reverse a little bit, coming to the question, starting or linking it up with my acting period between 2011 and 2012 as the acting component head within Crime Intelligence Division. So as maybe it's clear, commissioners, I'll attach names during that period. It is the period when the current Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal was the acting National Commissioner. And the current National Commissioner was the acting Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. And the current Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence was the acting component head within Division Crime Intelligence. That is between 2011 and 2012. The reason why I reverse a little bit before I come to my second homecoming from 2022, it's because I want to highlight the issues that will then help us understand the paragraph 18 on my affidavit. During that spell between 2011 and 2012, it was during the time when the division was in the public space for more negative reasons than positive. One might say similar to what we experienced since the beginning of this year. The critical issues, without explaining them more, because they are reflected on the state capture report that are talking specifically to the division crime intelligence. So during 2011 and 2012, there were attempts by the acting management that have cited to put a stop to most of the issues that were negatively affecting the environment. To sum them up, there was a misuse of resources as well as methodologies of the environment. And then during those acting years, attempts were made to correct all those mistakes. If I may refer to the testimony by the then acting National Commissioner who came before this commission as the Provincial Commissioner KwaZulu-Natal and expanded more on the happenings and experiences in relation to crime intelligence during those acting periods. So the division was attempting to move away from those situations, but then unfortunately it did not happen because all the acting heads that I've cited then happened then to be moved away prior to the finalization of that project of trying to turn the environment around.
If your reference to those that were acting includes General Mkhwanazi, I understood him to say that he decided to leave and left. And you have said those that were acting were moved. So that would not quite accord with what he said, which is that he decided to leave the position of acting National Commissioner. Unless I misunderstood him or I've forgotten his testimony in this regard.
Yes, commissioners, in his testimony, it is exactly like the Commissioner is reflecting, decided to move, but not out of free will. So it was the case with also the two of us, the same situation.
Thank you, General. I interrupted you, I'm sorry.
Yes. I was tempted to reflect on the 2011-2012, so as then when I approach 2022, now when I'm appointed the Divisional Commissioner, firstly to say, maybe let me quote the words of the current National Commissioner during my appointment, where he said...
Where are you quoting from, General? You're quoting from the National Commissioner's statement, or...?
No, not the statement.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not in the statement. I'm quoting the words during my appointment as I'm approaching then the December 22, when I was appointed. Why I'm quoting his words is because I want to tie it up with 2011-2012, when he said, go back there, but you must know that everything that you had implemented by then was reversed within 2 months of your departure. So as you go back there, you will start from scratch. Now I'm going to paragraph 18 to reflect as to the status of the division and the program that was put in place then since December 2022.
General, you, in that paragraph 17, and remember that not everybody has got your statement, and you're missing stuff that we think is critical. In that paragraph 17, you do explain how you end up as Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence, and then you have spoken to the problems that beset, but then you leave out the last sentence, which starts upon assuming. So you don't explain what happens after you came into a division that was beset with problems. I think you should complete the paragraph.
Thank you, Commissioner. To complete my paragraph 17, I am submitting that in the division, I introduced a management style that has since proven effective, resulting in enhanced stability, more especially at management level, and also in the improved status of compliance with various policies, as well as the cessation of resources and crime intelligence methodologies abuse.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. You can continue with paragraph
18. Then to paragraph 18, under my leadership of the division, currently the operational performance has improved significantly. In particular, when one refers to the national security threats that are identified at SAPS level or AOP, talking to organized crime priorities. We have also managed to foster stronger relations with other operational environments. Also, the reports from most of oversight bodies, from the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence at Parliament level, the Auditor General of South Africa, as well as the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence, the reports for the past 2 years, they bear testimony to the improvement.
What is the operational environments that you refer to here?
The operational environments, Commissioners, I'm referring to both proactive as well as reactive environments of policing.
General, could you be more specific? So if you're talking about reactive environment, are you talking about prosecution environment, or to be more specific?
To be more specific, Commissioners, the proactive environment refers to what is normally known as visible policing, crime prevention. And then the reactive normally talks to the investigation of crime, because our main purpose as crime intelligence is to provide actionable intelligence to both of those environments, then to effect successful policing. In paragraph 19, in closing on the discussion of my role within crime intelligence, the examples that I've highlighted, they just highlight the broader scope of my contribution in the service, in the South African Police Service, in line with the Constitution of the Republic as well as the South African Police Act. Throughout my tenure, I have sought to distinguish myself by delivering service of particular meritorious as well as exemplary nature, which is characterized by being resourceful, also characterized by correct leadership as well as profound sense of duty. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General. You probably come to that conclusion a little soon, because you continue to set out a bit more of your background and your leadership role. But I think that the contents of paragraph 19 are understood. From paragraph 20, you wished to set out your formal qualifications. So as I understand it, your SAPS 96 that you've addressed so far sets out your service background, but not your academic qualifications outside of your service, in-service training, if I can put it that way. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Okay, so can you describe for the Commission your formal qualifications?
The formal qualifications that I possess are the Bachelor of Arts in Police Science with the University of South Africa, as well as the Certificate in Refugee Law and Humanitarian Support, still with the University of South Africa, and also the certificate from the George C. Marshall for the European Center for Security Studies. The program there was the Security, Stability, Transition, and Reconstruction that I attended then in Germany. And the copy of my CV is attached as SDK 2.
Thank you. Can you then turn to the next chapter, which is your role within the SAPS leadership? And if you could just focus for now on paragraphs 22 to 26.
Thank you, Commissioners. My role within SAPS leadership currently as a Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, I am responsible for the management of the whole intelligence processing process, which starts with the collection to the analysis and dissemination of intelligence to support the crime prevention, combating, and investigations within SAPS. This role, it involves overseeing the gathering component of the intelligence processing, as well as the analysis component and the distribution within our distribution centers. Moving to paragraph 23, highlighting my key responsibilities. my responsibilities are firstly in terms of the National Strategic Intelligence Act. Those are the responsibilities of any divisional commissioner of crime intelligence within the South African Police Service. In other words, the appointment or the incumbent of the office of the divisional commissioner is firstly in terms of the Constitution of the Republic, Section 2010, which gives then the powers, the functions, and the monitoring of intelligence services in the country, including those services, intelligence services of the South African Police Service. And then coupled with the Constitution, as I've referred, there is Section 2(3) of the National Strategic Intelligence Act of 1994 that provides for the establishment of the SAPS crime intelligence to gather, to correlate, and to evaluate the intelligence in support of the functions of the SAPS. Before I proceed with the list of the key responsibilities from paragraph 23.1 to 23.8, commissioners, as I go through the responsibilities, I felt that I need to explain the modalities of accountability within the environment. I referred to the environment as established in terms of the Constitution as well as the SAPS Act, and also in terms of the National Strategic Intelligence Act. That then will tell us that the SAPS crime intelligence accounts for both overt-related activities together with all other South African Police Service divisions to the Portfolio Committee of Police in Parliament, accounting for Program 4 of the South African Police Service. And the very same division, because of its establishment under the National Strategic Intelligence Act of 1994, together with other intelligence agencies, it also accounts now for covert-related activities to the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, also at cabinet or parliament level. Going back to my responsibility as listed on paragraph 23 of my affidavit, first one is the intelligence management that talks to the whole intelligence cycle from collection to analysis as well as dissemination. The second responsibility talks to the strategic oversight, where the environment is expected to collect and package strategic intelligence for the provisioning of such intelligence to the National Intelligence Coordination Center, together with all other intelligence agencies. The provisioning of actionable intelligence to the crime prevention and investigation, and to manage the resources, both overt and covert, and also to liaise and coordinate with other foreign intelligence agencies through the platforms that are in place, like Interpol and also the SADC region coordination of intelligence. As I've reflected, the key responsibility is talking to the dissemination or ensuring that the intelligence products are disseminated then to operational environments as well as at strategic level. The other key responsibility is to ensure compliance with legal requirements, both on Program 4 or within SAPS, and also the legal requirements then that are guiding the intelligence agencies of the country, and to ensure that there is support services then that is looking after all operational environments of the division.
You can continue.
In explaining those key responsibilities, commissioners, one will then deduct that it means crime intelligence remains the cornerstone of SAPS operations. More especially if we look at the shift of our traditional crime threat analysis, moving or leaning more on organized crime, that then will tell us that this is the crucial time where then the effective intelligence within SAPS will be required. Without getting into details on paragraph 25, I am indicating that crime intelligence utilize both conventional and unconventional methods in terms of collecting intelligence for operational purposes. In paragraph 26, also, which is in line with my conclusion as per the previous stanza on my affidavit, my extensive experience within the division crime intelligence is positioning me to address the critical issues, more especially that are referring to the infiltration of both the division as well as the South African Police Service by criminal cartels. Having served in these key leadership roles and also managed sensitive intelligence operations, I've gained in-depth understanding of sophisticated methods that are applied nowadays with organized crime groupings to compromise the operations of South African Police Service as well as the operations of the division itself. This background allows me to identify vulnerabilities in advance and then implement the most effective countermeasures, and also because one of our responsibilities as the division crime intelligence is to implement counter-intelligence measures that are directed towards protecting the operations of the South African Police Service from both the internal within SAPS and outside of SAPS from making our operations then unsuccessful.
You mean the internal and external threats to the work of the SAPS? Okay.
Yes, commissioners. It is very unfortunate, commissioners, that nowadays these 2 points of threats are more made possible with the strength of the internal part. The interventions in the SAPS have never been so important like nowadays because of the level of threats that are from within the department or the organization itself. On my next part of the statement, I will be focusing on the PKTT, its establishment, expanding on its working model, as well as successes, and also to demonstrate the reasons related to the ineffectiveness that have never been seen before or made to be ineffective of the political killings task team as a reason for its disbandment. Thank you, Chair.
General Khumalo, before you turn to the establishment of the PKTT, when you speak of the threat being so pronounced, is that related to the evidence you will be providing to the Commission in Part B of your statement, and perhaps in camera? Is that what you mean by the threats? Will you be speaking to those?
That is very correct, Commissioners. It refers to the level of internal threats that are making it easier for the external threats to thrive, more especially facing the levels of organized crime that we have to deal with within the country. And it will be contained in my further evidence that I will produce then when I talk to the infiltration of SAPS. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You may turn now to the topic of the establishment of the task team. And you can begin with, from paragraph 27.
Thank you, Commissioners. Talking to the formation of the political killings task team, the background thereof was placed before this commission by the National Commissioner as well as the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal, and I can confirm that the political killings task team was established at a time when then these political killing incidents were increasing in KwaZulu-Natal during the period leading up to 2018, roughly from the year 2011 up until 2018, when then there was a need for the establishment of this political killings task team. Following the directive by the President of the Republic when establishing the interministerial committee that was specifically mandated to ensure that there is accountability for these politically motivated incidents. The IMC then was established by the President, which was made up of the ministers from the State Security Agency, the Defense and Military Veterans, the police, as well as Justice and Correctional Services, which by then was still a one department. The IMC was chaired or led by the Minister of Police, who was then, during the time of establishment, General Begicele. The IMC was mandated, as I've said, then to ensure the accountability for these incidents, but most importantly, to ensure that there is corroborative effort between the national as well as provincial governments in terms of dealing with these issues. Commissioners, maybe then I will take an opportunity from paragraph 29 to 30 to explain the common misperception that we have seen and heard around the establishment of this political killings task team. There is a perception that talks to this political killings task team as formed as part of response to the findings of the Moerane Commission of inquiry into political killings in the same province of KwaZulu-Natal, which is not the case or not correct. As far as I recall, more especially as I was part of the initial stages of the political killings task team in July 2018, the Moerane Commission findings were only published in 2019 when the political killings task team was in place or established already. As I've indicated, the processes of establishing the political killings task team started in May 2018 with the planning and also putting together the resources that will be utilized. Hence, then it commenced its operations in July. Of course, the Moerane Commission had findings that came after the team was already established. One of the findings talks to the loss of public confidence in the criminal justice system in that province in relation to these cases that are politically related in nature. As part of recommendations, the Moerane report talks to the importance of recruiting and training as well as deploying police officers that will be able or that are properly qualified to deal with the situation as it was the case then, as I've indicated, from 2011 to 2018. One can safely say that it happened that most of the recommendations by Moerane Commission were implemented in advance by the political killings task team, which was already in place. So those findings are contained in our initial threat and risk assessment of the threat that we had to deal with, which is political killings in the province.
General, did the Moerane Commission, did it consider the work of the PKTT at all, or the PKTT as an organization at all?
One can speculate commissioners that it did because the political killings task team was already in place when then the commission was still continuing. There were participants to the commission that were also part of the political killings task team leadership at strategic level.
Thanks, General. Would it be correct then to say that the extracts that you've quoted from the Commission, from the Moerane Commission, resonated with what you were observing in your leadership role as the PKTT? Would that be correct?
Yes, Commissioners, that will be correct. As we moved along implementing our concepts within the political killings task team, we were also putting the Moerane Commission findings and recommendations on the table, so as then we can see that we are not off track. There are areas that are talking to the recommendations of Moerane Commission that were implemented after the Moerane Commission's report.
Thank you. Can you go to paragraph 31 then, to 34, where you speak about the constitution of the PKTT?
Thank you, Commissioners. On paragraph 31, I am submitting that the political killings task team was established and constituted administratively by the National Commissioner of Police, which was by then the retired General Sithole. And it was not created through any legislation or regulations. It was, and it is still one of the task teams that will be established by the National Commissioner from time to time. It was established as an ad hoc intervention to deal with the threat of political killings in the province, focusing in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Of course, then, as I've hinted earlier on, that the mandate of the political killings task team will now and again be extended then to other provinces and to other threats other than the political killings. On paragraph 32.
Can I just check something with you, General? Does that apply to all other task teams that you are aware of? Are they usually established by a national commissioner and not, say, by ministers?
That is correct, Commissioners. The task teams, maybe before I get straight to the question, let me refer to the background of this particular political killings task team. There was a provincial task team that was in place in KZN dealing with the same matters, which was not established by the IMC. It was established by the provincial commissioner in consultation with the national commissioner. By then, it was provincial-based and using the provincial resources. Then, when the matter or the issue of political killings caught the president's eyes or the national level eyes, that is when then the president appointed the IMC, because the province as well as the provincial SAPS seemed to be failing to address the problem. Hence then when it was escalated to national, it was the national commissioner who had to establish or upgrade the provincial task team to the national task team, which was going to be overseen by the IMC that was established by the president.
The question, more pertinently, as I understand it, is whether other task teams were also set up in the same way by the national commissioner.
Yes.
I see that it's 11 o'clock. General, I trust that you will remember what the question was and respond at 11:15, or Advocate Hassim will repeat the question. Let us adjourn until 11:15. Yes, Advocate Hassim.
Chair, when we left off, the witness was about to answer a question, and the question, General, is you were discussing the point you make at paragraph 31 about the team being constituted administratively by the National Commissioner. And the question is whether this is how other task teams, national task teams, have been constituted, or is it only the PKTT?
Thank you, Commissioners. All the task teams are constituted administratively by the National Commissioner, who has to assign the resources to the task team, including financial resources. The IMC is appointed or established by the President. It's appointed at a cabinet level to ensure that the resources of a national are then also taken down to a province where then the National Commissioner has to implement the safety and security measures that are talking to the identified threat or complaint.
So the answer to the question is yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Hassim, if I may, if I can just take you one question back because of an explanation that you gave later on. I asked the question whether the Moirani Commission considered the role and the work of the PKTT. I just want to clarify, when you said PKTT, there was participation, did you mean the PKTT is now constituted in 2018 or the provincial task team that participated in the Moirani Commission?
Thank you, Chair. The provincial task team that was in place when the Moirani Commission was constituted and looking at the political killings incidents that the provincial killings task team was working on, they were participating at all levels, from the police to provincial government to the Moirani Commission.
So that takes us to paragraph 33. No, sorry, paragraph 32. Can you elaborate on that, please, for the Commission?
Thank you, Commissioners. Paragraph 32 talks to the second level of the strategy when then the IMC had directed that an integrated strategic plan needs now to be developed so as then other criminal justice stakeholders can be part of the intervention. Then that strategic plan was then approved by the IMC, which was then talking to the two main stakeholders, which is South African Police Service as well as National Prosecuting Authority, taking a leading role in the development and implementation of such strategy. Moving to paragraph 33, one is highlighting the fact that the PKTT as an operational level or operational wing of this intervention, its work was overseen by the National Steering Committee at national level, the IMC, as well as the Presidency of South Africa, of the Republic of South Africa, that had established the interministerial committee.
And what do you mean by overseen in this context?
The overseen by the National Steering Committee, I'm referring to the fact that the resources that were deployed in the PKTT since July 2028 were no longer the provincial resources, but were national resources. That is why then the National Steering Committee had to oversee and account for the deployment of those resources.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you conclude then on paragraph 34?
Thank you, Commissioners. In conclusion, the PKTT that was operating in KwaZulu-Natal under my direct supervision, as well as Lieutenant Jeremy Kwanazi as the Provincial Commissioner, focused on addressing politically motivated incidents in that province of KwaZulu-Natal, as I've said, directed by the National Steering Committee and then accountable to the Interministerial Committee as well as to the President. And then in the Eastern Cape, the PKTT investigated crimes within the University of Fort Hare as designated or directed by the National Commissioner.
General, what does that entail? PKTT operates primarily in KwaZulu-Natal under my supervision. What does that supervision entail? As I understood your earlier answer, you were based in Pretoria and the PKTT operated in KZN initially. So what was the nature of your supervision of the PKTT? Was it merely reporting or what did it involve exactly?
Yes, thanks, Commissioners. One of the good practices that we have implemented in the political killings task team is to improve on accountability, which talks to continuous reporting. I'll explain that when I get to the reporting structures. But it means that even if you are not physically in the operational area, you are still supervising and giving guidance because you are getting daily reports that are talking to the activities as well as the feedback on each and every activity.
So practically, how would you do that if you are in Pretoria?
Based in Pretoria, I still receive those daily reports. I'm still able to guide the investigations with continuous interaction with the commander, operational commander that is on the ground, and then I'll do visits now and again if there is a need. But then there are those periodical visits that one will pay to the team.
General, the minister, you say at the time the minister was Minister Cele when the PKTT was established. In your recollection, did Minister Cele, outside of the IMC, the Interministerial Committee, did he give any directions to the PKTT, instructions or guidance outside of the component of the IMC?
According to my recollection and my knowledge as I've been there, there were no instructions that will come from the minister as a chair. The chair as well as the IMC, they will receive the progress report from the political killings task team on a continuous basis.
Thank you. General, we're going to be going through a section now. You deal with the issue of reporting structures. As you do so, could you provide the Commission with information as to how often these structures reported to each other and what the reporting line was? So you would begin now at paragraph 35.
Thank you, Commissioners. From paragraph 35, where we are talking to the reporting structures of the political killings task team, as it's always, or it's part of the 5-pillar approach, that you first determine the operational area. In this case, the mission or operational area was the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Now, for the proper implementation of the strategy, it has got that requirement that you need to cut your mission area into small, manageable parts, so as then you are able to be everywhere. It is taking the mode of, I will refer to the SAPS, the organization that I know very well, that is represented or that is managed at national level, but represented then up to grassroots or station level. So our approach in this project was the same. We determined the whole province as the mission area, as it was affected by these incidents, and then we divided the province into 4 parts, which are the south coast of the province, the north coast, the Midlands, and the central part. And then we had to put then those small manageable teams in those areas that will be responsible for the daily activities which are reported on daily basis at the Mission Area Coordination Center that is, or that was situated then at the provincial office.
So did those smaller units, the Tactical Joint Operational Centers, report to the Mission Area Joint Operational Center? Or how did that work and how often?
As I indicated, Commissioners, earlier on, that we were and are still implementing the analysis-led investigation. So at the mission area, head office level, we will have then the commanders that are experts on each and every part of, firstly, analysis. The different parts of analysis, there will be commanders at a mission area level, as well as the commander of investigations, that they will sit then at that head office level to give guidance to these 4 teams. But the same structure and expertise that are found at mission area level will be duplicated at all tactical level, those 4 small manageable structures, so as then they are able to give guidance also at that level.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get a sense of practically how that would work. I understand what you're saying about giving guidance, but practically, how would that work? How often would they meet, for example?
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. As I've indicated earlier on, that one of the best practices or pillars of this approach, firstly, it emphasizes more on command and control. It emphasizes more on discipline. It emphasizes more on accountability, irrespective of the level. You may be at a very lower level of SAPS, but you are still accountable for each and every action or tasking or activity that is expected of you. So that is done on daily basis at a tactical level. And then on daily basis, the commanders there will submit the report at mission area, head office level. So the mission area is moving together with these 4 teams continuously or daily. And then once a week, then they will have that extended mission area meeting where the 4 commanders will sit with the commanders at mission area level to plan for the week or month. In other words, they will be giving the medium-term directives so as then at tactical level, then they are able to give those daily taskings that are inputting into the medium-term directive given every week.
Thank you. So that's the at operational level, and then in paragraph 36 you deal with reporting lines above the operation, well, from the MAJOC upwards. So yes. Can you take the Commission through that, please?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe then to explain paragraph 36 properly, so I will start from where I ended with the 4 small manageable areas in the province that are reporting on daily basis to the mission area. And then the mission area, they will consolidate the weekly reports. At tactical level, it's daily reports. And then at the end of the week, the mission area in preparation for the weekly meeting so as they are able to guide the lower level. And then the MAJOC or the mission area will then report to the Provincial Steering Committee, and then and thereafter the Provincial Steering Committee together with the leader of the operation will report then to the National Steering Committee. During the previous years, the reportings to the Provincial Steering Committee as well as the National Steering Committees, it was always, every time, there will be an interministerial committee. So as then all the structures from grassroots level will be having the common understanding on the progress in preparation for the reporting to the interministerial committee.
Thank you. Is there anything further on those reporting structures? If not, then we can go to the organogram.
So maybe then, Commissioners, if I may indicate the importance of these reportings. I've touched on the main purpose of the 4 small manageable teams reporting on daily basis to the mission area command structure. The further reporting, it's not only about like to the Provincial Steering Committee as well as the National Steering Committee. It's mainly to escalate the challenges that cannot be attended to or resolved at provincial or at MAJOC, at the mission area level, so as then the Provincial Steering Committee can intervene. Same applies then to the National Steering Committee that is responsible for the deployment of the national competencies. Same applies then to the IMC. I will make an example of the report that was made to the IMC, which was then escalating the challenges that were coming from tactical level, the 4 small manageable areas, to the mission area, and they were not successfully resolved, and then they were moved to provincial, to National Steering Committee, up until the IMC. Those challenges are contained in a letter that was compiled, citing all the challenges that are at operational level which was then signed off by the chairperson of the Interministerial Committee to attend to those issues that could not be addressed at operational level. The letter, I'm not sure whether it's attached to my bundle, but it's the letter that was referred to under oath by both the DPP KwaZulu-Natal as well as the Provincial Commissioner KwaZulu-Natal, the letter that was signed by the former chairperson of the IMC.
I don't
I'm sorry, just for clarity, a letter that I remember that was signed by then Minister Ele, which was referred to by the KZN Director of Public Prosecutions, is a letter which, on my understanding, preceded the formation of the PKTT. General Cele, or rather Minister Cele, in that letter was highlighting all the problems, even referring to 2012 cases, I think, all the way up to about 2018 cases. So basically saying these are the problems that have been encountered with regard to all these cases. And after all the engagements that then followed, the PKTT was formed. Now, I understand you now to be mentioning this letter in the context of an already existing PKTT, and I'm a bit confused.
Thank you, Chair. As I've indicated, that the preparations, the assessment, the compilation of plans started during May, when the National Task Team was preparing to come on board. Then from May, June, July, the letter was written when the task team was already on the ground. So most, if not all of the challenges were experienced by the task team at operational level that were escalated throughout up until the IMC level.
General,
it's a pity we don't have the letter readily at hand. I would have been very interested in its date so as to relate it to the date, of the formation of the PKTT. Are our techies in a position to show us the letter? I'm just interested in the dates, that's all.
And while we're trying to find that, would this question also be answered through your annexure SDK3, which is the information note that was prepared to report on the challenges and what needs to happen going forward? And we can deal with it when we come to that annexure, perhaps, which is quite soon. It's SDK3. Have we got it? General, the letter is now available. It might be easier for you to look at it at the screen just behind you.
Oh, I see, it's 24 May 2019, so the PKTT already exists.
Yes, Chair.
As I said, I'm probably confused. It seems, I should not even say it seems, it's clear that I was. Sorry about that, General.
Chair, if I could I pause for 1 minute I actually intended to hand up as an exhibit for the assistance of the commissioners, and I think it was going to become even more important as we continue with this witness, a working chronology. And so it'll give you a quick guide as to where the witness's testimony fits in the overall timeline of events. May I seek leave to hand up that as Exhibit CJC1? Thank you, Chair. Okay, so if we may then just revert to the paragraph where the witness was addressing the question of reporting lines of the PKTT, which was paragraph 36. And General, you've covered this, but could you also explain to us how often the IMC met? How often would there be reports to the IMC, and for what purpose? Was it for policy guidance, or can you just be a bit explicit about that?
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. At political killings task team level, we were not privy to the scheduled meetings by the Interministerial Committee. We will get the notification as then it will be inviting us to come and brief the IMC. But based on the experience and being involved, there were meetings, one, maybe twice per year on the initial stages up until 2020 as a result of COVID-19. And then one will remember very well from our side that there was no IMC during that time. And then afterwards, and then the committee resumes to meet or to convene. So at provincial and national steering committee, as I've indicated, mainly the national steering committee will meet now and again when there will be IMC, but most importantly, towards the end of the deployment period, and then the national steering committee will sit and assess the performance and get a detailed threat and risk assessment so as they are able to take an informed decision in terms of extending the project or not.
Thank you.
General, when you say end of deployment, you mean the end of the authorized period?
Yes, Commissioners.
Okay.
So at the end of each, as the end of the authorized period was drawing closer, there would be a report to determine whether there's a need for the extension of the work of the PKTT, in essence.
Yes, Commissioner, that will be the case because the National Steering Committee is made up of national directors generals that are deploying the resources. That meeting will take place towards the end of each financial year, so as then they can determine, firstly, the need for the extension, so as then they can inform the IMC in advance of the extension or termination based on the current threat and risk assessment. That will be the practice then each and every financial year.
Thank you. Your next topic then is on the organogram and the structure of the PKTT, but you begin with an assessment of the work that was already ongoing by the provincial team and the challenges. So can you start at paragraph 38?
Thank you, Chair. As I've indicated briefly when I'm discussing this part of the establishment of the National Political Killings Task Team, that the IMC was formed around May 2018, and then the IMC had their initial meetings in May as well as June, when they went down to the province of KwaZulu-Natal to assess the interventions that were in place addressing the complaint or the threat or the issue that has been raised by the president. And then they received briefings from the provincial task team by then. During those two initial IMCs, where then they will do the assessment, and then one of their observations was that that task team was working in silos, and the members that were deployed in that task team, as they were from local level, they were compromised, and that more especially it did not have an investigation and prosecutorial plan or strategy. That as a result, then there was little or no progress in the investigation and prosecution of these cases, the point that I highlighted earlier on as to what is it that the National Task Team had to put in place in order to correct that situation. I touched on the plan by the Political Killings Task Team that was informed by the 5-pillar approach, which was confirmed as a solution to most of the problems that were identified by the IMC. One can add that that happened at a time, I saw during the testimony by the Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, when he highlighted that the establishment of the National Political Killing Task Team coincided with his acting period in the province. And I was also seconded to the province, not for political killings, but for provincial operations in the office of the Provincial Commissioner. So the movement from the Provincial Task Team to the National Political Killing Task Team was overseen by myself. Hence, then, it was not that difficult to compile the strategy because the strategy was emanating from the tried and tested 5-pillar approach that has been proven to be successful during the wildlife trafficking interventions. Then the same plan was then implemented in KZN.
Thank you. So can I take you to your annexure SDK3, because that speaks directly to the implementation of the strategy that you just referred to. And this is the information note, as I understand it correctly, is prepared by, well, you can say who prepared the information note. That's on SDK3.
The information note was prepared and compiled by Brigadier S.D. Kumalo, who happens to be the Lieutenant General Kumalo, the witness to the commission, on the 15th of June, 2018.
You, in other words.
Me.
It was prepared by you. Thank you. And in paragraph 3, perhaps you could just read paragraph 3 of the first page.
Paragraph 3 of the first page.
Sorry, General, before you do that, and for purpose of the record, so that when we later look at this, there's no confusion, Ms. Hassam, at page 19, it indicates, the document indicates the signature of Mkwanazi NS, and then as you page through, unless I miss it, I don't see General Kumalo as one of the parties preparing. Well, what does it mean, General, that you prepared and yet it is signed by General Mkwanazi?
Thank you, Commissioners. The current operational or administrative guidelines in the SAPS, in line with the command and control, the compiler of the plan, because this was the plan, will not have to attach the signature on the communication of the plan. You will only attach the signature on the plan itself that will be used at operational level, because it will be your plan. But then the plan that is inclusive of other strategic decisions then will be signed by the accounting officer of that particular environment. In this case, it was the acting provincial commissioner, KwaZulu-Natal.
Commissioner Baloyi, could I ask you to turn to page 22, and that might answer your question. It's not page 22 of the information note, so I believe it's the last page.
I see that,
At the
thank
bottom, it indicates information note compiled by
Thank you.
Brigadier.
Thank you for that.
Sorry, to go back to where you were, General, you were talking about implementation of a new strategy now, right? Could you please read paragraph 3 on page, of the first page of the information note?
Paragraph 3 of paragraph 2 under background reads, the IMC in full interministerial committee met with the task team that was investigating these cases on the 21st of May 2018, and one of the preliminary observations was that this multidisciplinary task team was working in silos and that it does not have an investigation and prosecutorial plan or strategy that is aligned to the overall government priorities contained in the National Development Plan 2030, the medium-term strategic framework, and other key policy prescripts of creating safe and secure environment.
Thank you. And then on page 15 of that bundle, so 2 pages over, is paragraph 3 addressing then the proposed strategy? Is that what is being set out in paragraph 3? And related to that, is this your 5-pillar approach?
Thank you, Commissioners. Yes, indeed, paragraph 3, that is having a heading, the operational approach and concepts. It talks to the approach that I've explained of the establishment of the mission area and tactical areas, and also further on, it lists the competencies or expertise that will be needed in terms of the 5-pillar approach to implement the plan.
Thank you. And if we then turn to page, page 19 to begin with.
Can I just ask, sorry, I do apologize for this delayed question. General, in where you set out the pillars, and that's bullet point 3, and then there is a sub-bullet there, which is the second one, the second sub-bullet after 3. It's so the first one is crime intelligence gathers, and then the second one is NIU and TRT to implement. You see that? You see where I'm referring?
Yes.
Yes. Are you able, without disclosing anything that you shouldn't be disclosing, if there are any anxieties coming from my question, why it is that it is the NIU and TRT that are deployed for this kind of project as against the usual policing units that you may have? And I ask because they both in urban legend have the reputation of being tough, and when they appear, no nonsense. We are told to stop our nonsense when they appear. Is there a particular reason that it is these units that are being used?
Thank you, Commissioner. Maybe let me start by highlighting the difference between, on the 5-pillar approach, the proactive as well as combat approach. Proactive is your normal crime prevention capability. And then the combat one is starting from the public order policing to TRT, the specialized uniform. The specialized uniform then in terms of training. So coming back to the question as to why in this case, Pillar 1 talks to crime intelligence gathering and analysis. So that is the pillar that will be deployed in advance in any operation to conduct a thorough threat and risk assessment that will help the determination of the deployment capabilities. So in this case, and then based on the threat and risk assessment that was conducted, then it was determined that the proper and suitable level of deployment from the specialized uniform will be from tactical response units and national intervention units.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. I think that it's a question that we will return to again as we go through the work of this team. So, General, at page 19 is the recommendation to implement the strategy that was outlined in the preceding pages. Is that right?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And the second recommendation is for a budget to be approved for the operationalization of that plan. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And the amount for that budget, can you just let us know?
The estimated budget for that initial deployment of the political killings task team was at 49.1 million for the period of 6 months.
And from what budget was that to be drawn?
It was
province?
It was going to be from the national budget as the plan and the implementation, as well as the recommendations and the request for these resources. Because the plan and the request was for resources, personnel, as well as financial resources. So it was going to be from the national budget.
So the request was for the budget to be approved as a national budget, and that's indeed what then followed. Is that correct on pages 20 and 21, the signatures?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Thank you. So that deals with your annexure SDK 3 and paragraph 38. I think now where your statement intends to go is to the setup of the structure of the team. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners. Under paragraph 39, after the approval, we are indicating that indeed then from July 18, then we started then implementing the structures as I explained earlier on.
Can you then turn to paragraph 40? And maybe you could just read paragraph 40 and then we can go to annexure SDK 4.
Paragraph 40 reads thus: to enable the political killings task team to function as a multidisciplinary team, including personnel from relevant law enforcement and justice agencies, an investigative and prosecutorial strategy was developed. Such strategy is attached as annexure SDK 4.
And is this strategy then meant to address the lack of coordination between different stakeholders or different agencies within law enforcement?
The integrated plan attached as SDK 4 is now meant at improving the coordination, streamlining the activities of other criminal justice system stakeholders, as I reflected earlier on that the main stakeholder was National Prosecuting Authority, which were then part of this integrated plan.
Thank you. So if you can turn to SDK 4, and particularly after you deal with background, at page 27, you explain the objectives of the strategy. Can you take the Commission through that, please?
The objectives of the strategy, Commissioners, was to immediately attend to, investigate and prosecute reported incidents of politically related cases in KwaZulu-Natal, to implement the multidisciplinary Troika methodology consisting of intelligence gathering, crime investigation and prosecution, to ensure perpetrators of politically related cases are arrested and prosecuted as speedily as possible, to instill the public confidence as well as stability, to identify and successfully prosecute the kingpins or masterminds behind the politically related cases, and lastly, to optimize the provision of witness protection program.
Thank you. So the approach, as we're learning, is different from the business as usual approach. And that brings us back to the question that emanated from Commissioner Baloy, and specifically on page, just need to find it. Oh no, it's fine. It's actually not in this annexure. It's in a later annexure. I'll come back to the point about the approach and the use of different agencies. Can you then take us to paragraph 44?
Thank you.
of your statement.
Commissioners, paragraph 44 reflects to the extension of the mandate for the political killings task team, as I've hinted during my introduction, that it happened that during the year 2023, there was a complaint from the Vice Chancellor of the University of Fort Hare about the slow or no progress at all of the cases that were related to the university. And then that complaint was then handed over by the presidency to the 3 ministries who had to come up with the intervention. Those 3 ministries included the Minister of Police, through the National Commissioner. Then the extension of the mandate was extended by the National Commissioner for the political killings task team to be deployed to go and intervene by investigating those cases in the University of Fort Hare.
Thank you.
I'm looking at paragraph 44.2, General. It says, in response, I prepared a proposal for recommendation by the National Commissioner and approval by the Minister to extend the PKTT to the Eastern Cape. I just want to understand approval. Why would this have had to be approved by the Minister? I'm asking this in the context of evidence that has said on operational matters, the Minister is not supposed to be involved. Was this not an operational matter? Why would the Minister have to approve?
Thank you, Commissioners. The approval as reflected under paragraph 44.2 is not directing or talking to the Minister of Police approving the deployment. The PKTT was operating in KZN. So it was the National Commissioner who approved the operational deployment. But then the chairperson of the IMC had to be informed, because the very same chairperson of the IMC was also one of the ministers that were assigned by the President to intervene in the University of Fort Hare, Eastern Cape.
For me to understand, did the same thing happen then? That is an approval by the Minister when the 10 PKTT members were sent up to Gauteng, where we are sitting, to assist with the GCI ops investigations. Did the Minister have to approve that? If not, why not? Aren't the two comparable?
Thank you, Commissioner. No. My response will be no in the latter. And then why not will be the deployment in the University of Fort Hare, Eastern Cape, as I've indicated. It came the route of the presidency as assigning 3 ministers to intervene. Then the assistance in the Gauteng counterintelligence investigation was an operational decision after the facts and lots of consideration in terms of then the threat that was in place. So it is not, the Gauteng counterintelligence investigation is not streaming from the presidency to IMC route. It was just an operational decision at National Commissioner's level.
Can you maybe go to page 99 of the same document under the heading recommendations?
Page 99.
Of this statement.
No. It's page 99 of SDK 7.
SDK 7. Yes, Commissioner.
Does that assist in answering the chair's question? The chair asked you, why does the minister need to approve this document?
Thank you, Commissioner. It assists a lot. This was the progress report that was directed to the president, who had assigned the 3 ministers. So it was not an approval of the deployment, but is to give progress to the president on the signature of the Minister of Police, who was one of the ministers that were assigned.
General Khumalo, could you read the sentence under recommendations, just so it's clear for the record? Because that was, in effect, what was recommended by you.
It is recommended that the minister takes note, the Minister of Police takes note of the progress report and approves the draft response to the president as attached.
Thank you.
It seems to me then, General, that 44.2 is not quite accurate. Or am I missing it altogether?
You are correct, Chair.
Yes.
Reading it together with the National Commissioner in one line, referring to this information note, is not quite accurate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sim.
Thank you for the correction. But Chair, sorry, we skipped a beat. We would jump to paragraph 44 without dealing with paragraph 43 and annexure SDK 5. So, General, could you go back to paragraph 43? And in paragraph 43, you talk about a briefing to the IMC, which you attached as SDK 5. Can we go to SDK 5?
Thank you, Chair. Paragraph 43 reflects on the first IMC briefing that took place on the 3rd of August 2018, where it was during this briefing where the PKTT gave their first progress report to the IMC, which was for the period the 9th of July up until the end of July. During that time, the PKTT had only those 20 days lifespan, as it was formally established on the 1st of July. But then the reporting period, maybe, Chair, to explain the difference of the official establishment and the commencement. As the national deployment, it is impossible to have the operations beginning on the same day. You need mobilization week. So between the 1st up until then the 9th, the 8th, that's when then the operations started. Then SDK 5 talks to the briefing that was presented then to that first IMC of the National Political Killings Task Team.
Thank you. And then on page 51 of SDK 5. Does this depict what you are saying in your last sentence of paragraph 43? That it was in that short period of time that 126 dockets had already been referred to the PKTT.
That is correct, Commissioners. Within those 2.5 weeks, the team was already allocated a total number of 126 dockets. And in page 51 of the annexure, we are reflecting the distribution of those 126 dockets in line with the plan that I explained earlier on, that we had divided the province into 4 small and manageable areas of operation. The 126 dockets were then distributed accordingly to those 4 teams.
Thank you. In the same annexure, at page 83, there's a, if you could just explain to us what are these cases that you're referring to. You've got a list of cases. Is this a report on the status of those dockets that now were within the remit of the PKTT?
Thank you, Commissioners. As part of this initial report, we had to list all the cases that were already allocated to the team, dividing them amongst those that were still under investigation, those that were at court already, and those that were finalized if there were any. So under page 83, we are reflecting one of the cases that when the team came in was still under investigation. There was no accused that was charged on that case, and as it is reflected on a different color, it was the case, I think on this report there are other 2 or 3 cases that are highlighted. That was an indication of the cases that the team had worked on within that 2 to 3 weeks and had the potential of going to court by charging identified suspects.
Okay, so the point of the highlighting is to say those are the ones that are now ready to go forward to. Those are the ones in which you've made significant progress. I just want to understand the highlight. The highlight is talking to those where the team had made progress within 3 weeks. It's twofold. This particular case is still going to be part of my testimony affidavit. It also talks to the misinformation that has been flying around, that talks to when the team was established. This case was already at court, but I will discuss that in details as we move on. Thank you. Okay, so we'll return to that, you say. Then can you go to paragraph 45? And this is where you...
Sorry, Ms. Hassan, if I may, before you leave entirely paragraph 44. The general under SDK 6, that's the letter from the president, and this relates to how the PKTT ends up looking at the Eastern Cape, in particular University of Fort Hare. Now, I just want to clear what might be a gap for me. We have earlier in your statement a description of the IMC, who constitutes the IMC. Now, this letter from the President is addressed to the Minister of Defense and Military Veterans and the Minister of Police, and then it's copied to the Minister of Education, and then somewhere in the body of it, I think it's paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, it says, in paragraph 4, it says, I have directed Minister Nzimande to engage with the security cluster to find more sustainable solutions towards arrest and prosecutions. This is about Fort Hare. Is security cluster the same as those people that you have described in your paragraph 28 as constituting the interministerial committee?
The understanding might look exactly like that, commissioners, but then the establishment of the IMC is done on a different directive like this one. So the interpretation of the relevant ministers by then was then that the Minister of Education needs to engage the security cluster ministers to assist him. That was the understanding of this directive from the presidency.
Yes, I'm asking the question to clarify because if you recall, earlier I asked the question whether in your recollection or knowledge, Minister Cele had ever issued instructions to the PKTT or relating to the PKTT, and your answer was no, not to your recollection. And I think I understood you now to say in this case of Fort Hare, he did, and yet there's also, well, you said he approved the plan, but also there's the reference, it being a referral by the President. I'm just trying to see where does the IMC fit in this referral of the Fort Hare issues?
Thank you, Commissioner. In response, maybe one has to tap from experience because one was part of this process. Maybe starting by explaining the timeline, looking at the date of the letter from the presidency, which is dated the 8th of March, 2023. The 8th of March 2023 came when the intervention was already in place. The initial complaint by the Vice Chancellor was telephonically, it happened on the day when the driver of the Vice Chancellor was killed. So the deployment and the decision and the deployment happened prior to the letter directing. So the initial decisions, operational decisions by the National Commissioner was responding to the agency of the matter as then came up during the engagement between the National Commissioner and the Vice Chancellor after the complaint telephonically to the President, which was followed later on by the directive dated 8th of March 2023.
General, that clarifies it.
And then for completeness, perhaps, so then SDK 7 is the information note that you prepared to address the extension of the mandate of University of Fort Hare. Is that correct?
I think it's more a report.
SDK 7,
SDK 7.
Commissioners,
Yes,
it's
there's a report.
the progress report that talks to my previous explanation that
Yes.
the written directive by the presidency came after the intervention was already implemented. Hence, the response is in the form of progress report.
Understood. Thank you.
Does that explain, if you go to page 97 of the progress report? So if you look at block 3, investigating team, it says national task team. Does that mean the task team was already deployed
That is correct, Commissioner.
at Fort Hare
That is correct, Commissioner.
when this report was prepared?
That is correct, Commissioner.
In fact, General, if you look at 99, page 99, the date of the report, the letter from the President is the 8th of March, and then your report is the 23rd of March. So that speaks to what you've just said, that you were already in deployment by the time the letter came.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Thank you.
And that decision was made solely by the National Commissioner. No minister was involved in the
That is-
decision to deploy
That is correct,
the
Commissioner.
task team at Fort Hare.
Yes, Commissioner.
So that addresses the deployment to the Eastern Cape. And then in paragraph 45, you speak of the mandate being extended further to include traditional leader killings in KZN. Can you just address paragraph 45 for the Commission?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. During March 2024, the mandate of the political killings task team was extended then to include the killings of traditional leaders in the same province, KwaZulu-Natal. The operational area remained the same, but it was then the criteria of cases that was extended, The information note as per SDK 9 will give then more on this extension of the mandate.
And the extension note, the information note and the extension, this is really for for resources to enable the operation of the work on the traditional leader killings, is that right?
That is correct, Commissioners. The National Commissioner decided to extend the mandate based on the discussions that he might have had with the affected environments at his level. Hence, then it was then extended as per paragraph 5 of the SDK 9.
And then at paragraph 100 and, page 110 rather, of that annexure, the approval was for 20 million, is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Can you explain, you had requested more than that, is that correct? And can you just explain the approval of the budget?
Thank you, Commissioners. The request was for the budget for the financial year 24-25. That was submitted towards the end of March, and then the approval was granted for 20 million instead of the amount applied for as reasons provided by the accounting officer that the further allocation will be finalized then during the allocation of budget for the department for that particular financial year. So this was the approval of the first few expenditure activities before the approval of the budget for SAPS.
And that budget too was to come from the national budget, is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
So in your statement, you then go to the status of the dockets at 31st December 2024. Can we go to paragraph 46, please?
Perhaps before that, Ms. Asim, if we just go back to that information note and for completeness, because this may well become relevant somewhere down the line. General, at page 109 of that information note, you have a comment. So you've got that approvals list. You're the first in that list of signatories as the recommender. And then General Sibia signs approving on the 26th of March 2024. And then you've got General Dimpane. There are notes there, and I think importantly perhaps, let's look at the second note, Ms. Hassan. That's post-elections. I can't quite read all of it. And then the general, it seems the National Commissioner comments in the next page, following that note from General Dimpane. General, if you would just read that. That's post-elections?
So it's the second bullet,
Yes,
second
it's the
dash.
The second dash, yes.
The second dash, post-elections, the task team be deactivated as it has been in existence for
The last.
for the last 5 years.
Yes,
It's not quite clear,
yes,
but I think it reads for the last 5 years.
yes.
Chair.
And in the next page, where the National Commissioner approves the amount of 20 million, he says something, and I really, again, can't quite read it. If you can, perhaps you should read that into the record.
The National Commissioner, on his approval, responding to the comments by the Chief Financial Officer, states that the task team will continue beyond elections so long there is work to be done. Team cannot be localized to KZN.
Now, following this, and this is in 2024, March, April, when this new approval is given, or extension is given, has there been discussion as leader of the project? Has there been discussion internally about relocating or deactivating, to use General Dimpane's language, deactivating the team, the task team?
No, Commissioners, there has been no discussions about the deactivation of the task team, political killings task team.
Until the 31st of
Until the
December.
31st of December.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Asu.
Thank you, Commissioner Beloy. If I can ask a follow-up question on this. The information note was prepared by you, and it was approved by the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, at the time was Lieutenant General Sibia. And then, obviously, it needs to be approved by Financial Management and Administration. And that is where we see the comment that post-elections, the team is to be deactivated. So when you were engaging, I mean, did you engage with Divisional Commissioner for Financial Management and Administration on those comments, on those notes?
Thank you. My responsibility, as it's rightfully reflected there, starts with the submission. As the project leader or manager, starts with the submission to the next level, which is then the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection for his or her recommendation. And then it was recommended, and then the next step then is the financial approval, which is then the Chief Financial Officer or the Divisional Commissioner Finance and Financial Management and Administration, which then indicated the availability of funds in words instead of indicating with those comments. And then the same submission then will be then to the National Commissioner, the accounting officer, to give the approval. So firstly, the engagement needs to be between the two. The CFO, who is then allocating the financial resources, with the accounting officer, who is approving both the operation as well as the financial allocation as recommended by the CFO. So the logic for now, commissioners, will be the initial discussion was between the Chief Financial Officer and the accounting officer in terms of streamlining the recommendation into the approval.
Thank you. That clarifies it. You didn't have a discussion with the CFO. Thank you. So your next, the next issue you turn to is then moving away from April 2024, when this was approved for budget, to December 2024, where you explain now the number of dockets that were in your possession as at that time. Can you take the Commission through your paragraph 46, please, and the table?
Thank you, Chair. The status as well as the workload that was with the political killings task team as at the 31st of December 2024, starting by explaining the number of tables that are reflected there. They talk to the extensions that I've explained under the establishment of the political killing task team, as well as the extensions that were there. The first column talks to the political related cases that is based on the establishment since 2018 July. The cases that were allocated to the team as at 31st of December 2024 were 333. The case dockets that were talking to the mandate of the political killings investigation. And then the second part talks to the parallel cases that were also allocated to the team in addition to 333. Those are 90 cases that, as at the 31st of December, were investigated and accounted for by the political killings task team based on their request. The reason that will always be there for a parallel docket to be requested from a particular station will be either during the analysis by the team, it will come out that there is evidence that is linking the political related case with a particular case at any other station or country. It's either through ballistical analysis, it's either through fingerprints, it's either through the modus operandi and any other similarities that the team will recommend that that docket be assigned to the team for parallel investigation together with the main docket. So as at the 31st of December 2024, those dockets were 90. Then the other group of dockets, it's ad hoc dockets that were 120 as at the end of December. Those dockets are related to the task team will now and again conduct intelligence-driven operations that are mainly targeted to getting or finding the murder weapons, the firearms that are used in these political killings incidents. So during those operations, and then the team will confiscate a lot of unlicensed firearms for ballistic testing or ballistical analysis, and then some of those firearms then will be positively linked with the political related cases, and those that are not positively linked, and then the team will register. It's self-generated dockets. This will register then a docket of possession of unlicensed firearm. Those dockets were 120 at the time of this report. The next batch talks to the cases related to the traditional leadership killings in the province. As at December 31st, there were 51 of those dockets that were allocated to the team. And then the University of Fort Hare cases, they were 18. And then we are giving then the sum total in terms of the dockets allocated to the team as at the end of December to be at 612.
Thank you. So
Is this, sorry, Advocate Hassan, General, is this the report that was presented to the Minister in February 2025?
It is part of the report.
It is. When was this report prepared? The case management docket status report. I'm assuming it is after 31 December 2024.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner. It's soon after 31st of December, but the report was at the end of December.
So if there were 612 dockets as of 31 December, how do we come to the number 121 that we have been talking about in the Commission, that the 121 dockets that were to be handed over to head office?
Thank you, Chairperson. Commissioners, fast forward to the famous number of 121 to explain it at this stage. This is the report as at the end of December. So the number 121 became famous around after March. Then that will mean that some of the, or 4 of the cases that were still under investigation as at the end of December were now no longer under investigation, but they were at court. Hence, then the difference between 125 dockets under investigation in this report as at the end of December and the 121.
So the 121 dockets are dockets that were under investigation?
That is correct, Commissioners.
All right, can we go to your paragraph 47?
Thank you. Commissioners. Then going to paragraph 27, unpacking the stats as provided on paragraph 46. We are reflecting that the figures as highlighted under paragraph 46, they demonstrate both the scale and diversity of politically related cases in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and also talking to the systematic approach that is used by the team that I explained earlier on in order to ensure accountability on the investigation and prosecution of these cases that are involving then the political stakeholders, the municipality employees or officials, as well as officials at the University of Fort Hare and the traditional leadership as per the current mandate and the extensions of the political killings task team. Looking at the numbers that I'm talking to under paragraph 47, the 612 dockets that has been allocated to the team gradually, so as and when the case is reported or as and when the mandate is extended, as at the end of December, out of that 612, only 125 of those dockets were still under investigation, with most of them being the contribution of the late extension of traditional leadership dockets that was still having less than a year within the task team. Those are 44 dockets. But then looking at the finalized dockets, more especially those that are finalized guilty, that will talk to the successful implementation of this adopted approach. And then moving on to paragraph 48, where one is explaining other most important facts that needs consideration instead of only numbers as reflected there to determine the successfulness, to determine the adding of value or no value of the team. There are other aspects that needs to be looked at. The team is not addressing murder cases the traditional way as it is done within SAPS currently. Where someone is killed, you go out and look for the killer, and then you try to link that killer with the evidence that you have in your possession, and then you consider as a successful investigation. As the team is approaching these investigations using the analysis-led as well as the model of investigation. As the team approaches the docket, the first phase of investigation is not directed towards finding the killer. The first phase is directed towards determining and confirming the motive of this killing as to who might have wanted this particular deceased dead, instead of asking as to who's responsible for the killing. The first part talks to who might have wanted. It is that thorough motive investigation.
Is that the so-called hit orderers that
Yes.
the National Commissioner
Yes,
referred to?
yes, I'm going there, commissioners. Once the motive is identified, then automatically it will come up with identification of persons of interest. That will be plotted on the organized crime blocks because the contract killing has got permanent stakeholders that needs to be there. So it will be the replacement of a spotter by a name identified as a person of interest. Thereafter, the next phase of investigation will talk now to the collection of evidence that will be directed towards the linkage of identified persons of interest with that particular incident. Hence, then that will talk to the team having a successful rate in terms of charging also the hit orderers. Those that will, under normal circumstances, will be very impossible because they are seldom present at the scene of crime. But then, based on the methodology that is in place, the team has managed for the past few years to charge some of them. Also, the other advantage that is, or the other successfulness of the team stemming from that particular model of investigation is within the motive investigation, it will be clear as to not only who wanted this person dead, also why that particular person will want that person dead. And then that's where, in most cases, also in line with the findings of Morane Commission, in most cases where the political principals or office bearers are attacked or killed, it will mainly be for fraud and corruption, sometimes for positions, but in most cases, with the current threat assessment, is for fraud and corruption. So the team then will register that docket as a motive docket to be investigated together with the murder docket, so as then the one who benefited with the disappearance of the deceased will also be held accountable. I am very slow, commissioners, to explain that part because now and again one will get accusations or allegations that are unfounded or baseless, that the team will go as far as choosing which fraud and corruption docket just to investigate outside the mandate. All the fraud and corruption dockets that are currently accounted and investigated by the team are linked parallel to the murder docket, and they are motive dockets. Also, we have seen a decrease on the...
So, just before you, that's the encapsulation of your
49.
Of your paragraph 49. So,
Yes.
and the aim, as you say, is to target the person who is ordering the killing, the contract
Yes.
killing. So,
Yes,
would it be fair to say that if you're successful in the approach that you've described, that contract killings would go down?
That will be my next explanation under paragraph, or towards the end of paragraph 49, that looking at the timeline when the team managed then to implement all the concepts, the methodologies, that's when then the decrease of contract killings into the space of political killings were showing decrease in terms of the next page of 49, under paragraph 49.
So you'd like to go to the table?
Yes, please.
I think that the table needs a bit of explanation. And can you just first explain to the Commission what this table represents?
The table represents the number of dockets, not the incidents, the number of dockets that are allocated to the team as defined in the mandate in the province of KwaZulu-Natal from 2011 to 2025. Then the separation per year is for the number of cases in total versus the number of murder cases, in other words, where people were killed. So as then one cannot lose sight of the magnitude of the killing themselves. I will explain later on as to what made the team to get to that determination.
So, to be clear, the blue bars are the numbers of politically
related cases.
Yeah. And of that number, the red bar reflects the murders.
The murder cases, Commissioners, that's correct.
And what is the green bar then?
The use of the green bar from 2018 up to 2024, excluding 2022, was just to see the periods where the killings were decreasing. But they are still supposed to be red, representing murder incidents, but the use of green is just to try and understand the decrease or increase of murder cases.
So, yes.
Sorry, General, what's LGE and NPE in that graph?
Thank you, Commissioners. The LGE and NPE, LGE stands for local government elections, NPE stands for national and provincial elections. So the threat assessment has always been correct to say during those particular periods in our country where we have local government elections or national elections, will experience the increase on these cases. That was the threat assessment since that was done by the team since 2018. The 2017, 2016, 2015 backwards to 2011, those are the cases that were allocated to the team on their arrival in July 2018. Then from 2018 July moving forward, those were the cases that then were registered when the team then was already on the ground. So the monitoring thereof was talking to the decrease of murders moving forward. But then, before I get to what happened in 2022, I will explain the highest number of cases combined in 2018, which is 58. That was during the time when the policy at local government was implemented where local councillors will be able then to be allocated some resources if there are incidents then of criminality against them. So most of these cases in 2018 were faked intimidations or attempted murder sometimes. So that's what increased the number of total cases in 2018. But fast forward.
So, General, we're going to break for lunch soon, but just to finish this point, are you referring to what the National Commissioner was speaking about? I believe he made a reference to false TR, threat and risk assessments. Is that what this is talking about in 2018?
I'm referring to the same fact that the National Commissioner referred to, which was prevalent in 2018 of those faked. Some of them will go to the extreme. We have the recent incident where the councillor was trying to burn the house, so as then that can be the reason or evidence for him being attacked. Unfortunately, he was the only one who escaped fire because he was aware of the whole plan. Unfortunately, 3 or 4 kids and the wife perished in that fire. So it's one of the incidents that are talking to what was prevalent during 2018, and it's still happening. But most of those were intimidation and sometimes attempted murder incidents.
Thank you. Chair, is this an opportune time?
Yes, let us adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're about to start. Please switch off your cell phones. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Sim.
Thank you, Chair. General Kamala, when we left, you were dealing with the table at paragraph 49 of your statement, and you were explaining what the table shows. And in essence, what you're saying is that it shows a consistent reduction in politically motivated cases. But you weren't finished with it. And one of the questions I have for you is in the difference between 2021 and 2022, when there's actually an increase in cases in 2022, even though it was the year after the local government elections, and whether you could explain that.
Thank you, Commissioners. The explanation for the spike in cases in 2022, that was not in line with the pattern of elections period. Because the local government elections were in 2021 towards the end, but we see the spike in 2022. That was when the new pattern was identified based on the outcomes of elections. It was for relatively the first time that the country, and in particular the province of KwaZulu-Natal, experienced a lot of coalition governance. And what then transpired thereafter was after the elections, and then the constitution of the local government will depend on the numbers, and then there will be lots of coalition, and then that's when councillors will be approached in terms of whether they receive some financial benefits in order to vote with a particular bloc of political parties to sway the most important positions in municipality. So what will happen is, if the councillor then approached will not accept the offer, and then there will be a second alternative then to eliminate, so as the numbers can be swayed towards the direction that particular political party wanted. It helped a lot to understand the happenings of 2022, even the successful investigations. We saw also an increase in terms of the arresting of hit orderers, because the investigation will point towards the obvious hit orderer, and then that is when then we saw in 2023 the figures going back to the projected numbers up to 2024. Thank you, Commissioner.
So for the record, the numbers of politically related violence in 2022 was 45, 20 in 2023, 8 in 2024, and 1 in 2025. Is that right?
That is correct, Commissioners, as at the end of July 2025.
as at the end of July 2025. And murders politically related went from 27 to 11 in 23 to 7 in 2024 to 1 in 2025.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. You then have included another table, which as a measure of success, and that's at the end of paragraph 49. Before you speak to this table, could you inform the Commission what the what the period is for this table? Is this at the end of? Is this also at the end of July 2025?
That is correct, Commissioners. The figures reflected on this table is at the end of July 2025, as opposed to the initial one in the report that talks to the 31st of December.
So this, when you're talking about the report, you're talking about the report to the Minister in January?
Yes.
So this is an updated version of that table?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. All right, you can speak to the table now.
The table talks to the status of suspects that are arrested by the political killings task team, which is one of the success stories, looking at when the team started, especially with regards to bail opposition. We are reflecting that out of 401 suspects that were arrested by that time, 83, if we move towards the far right, 83 were already convicted and sentenced, and then 34 were found not guilty. And as we are reversing, we are showing those against whom charges were withdrawn. The bulk of the number, the bulk of the portion from the 82, we had those challenges prior to the dedicated team of prosecutors allocated to the team, which was 62. Between 2020 and 2023, we only had 20 of those that against whom charges were withdrawn. And then comparing those that are in custody, which are 122, versus those that are on bail, which are 45, we see a lot of improvement comparing to the yesteryears when then we had challenges within the main stakeholders, which is the political killing task team of SAPS and NPA. But until such time that the integrated strategy was crafted and implemented, then we see the improvement. Then on the next, we are showing now the status.
Before you continue, there's an explanation that you give. Maybe it will help explain a difficulty that I have, General. I've done some arithmetic, maybe too simple, if not simplistic, I don't know. I've added the not guilty, which is 34. I added it to the withdrawn, which is 82. That gives me 116. As against 83 convictions. So my question is, how is it that 83 as against 116 is good?
Thank you, Commissioners. We are acknowledging the weakness that we had before the implementation of the integrated strategy that contributed the bulk of the portion of 82. Then the other reason will be when the the charges are withdrawn against an accused. In most cases, because the accused that are charged are more than one. So it is a shortcoming, but when you look at the case solvency rate versus then the suspect individuals, because here we are talking about people, but when we do the case solvency rate, it gives us a minimum weakness. If I may give an example, on the same case that I touched on earlier on, the IBIS 54, the Makaka case, the way it's known. Initially, we had charged all the identified suspects, including the mayor as a hit orderer and a municipality manager who was recently rearrested. But then charges were withdrawn against the two during that time of 2018-2019. But we did not lose the case because some of the accused remained. As then the investigation progressed, and then one of the remaining suspects was rearrested and recharged.
Then, General, I think you are shortchanging yourselves in the manner in which you project your statistics. Because if I see not guilty, I will think it was not guilty in the entire case. I will not know that there is this sort of detail. Maybe you need to detail a little bit more or better in your future statistics.
That is accepted and understood, Commissioner.
General, just to correct one thing on paragraph 51, I assume that the 16, it's meant to be 16 are section 204 witnesses.
Yes, that is correct.
That correction can please be noted.
Just check, General, these statistics don't include the Fort Hare cases in this table. I'm talking about the tables, because you speak about, you have a table for political related cases, and then you have the traditional leadership cases.
That is correct, Commissioner. They don't include Fort Hare cases. It's only KZN picture of political related and traditional related cases.
Okay. General, you then wanted to give your final, I think, description of success via some tables which you would like to refer to. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Chair, could I ask leave to hand up another exhibit? These tables got handed to us after the statement was prepared, and it's marked CJC2. And correct me if I'm wrong, General, but I understand you would like to go straight to page 3 of that batch of documents.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, can we begin then on page 3 of the slides?
Okay. No, thank you, Commissioners. In an attempt to illustrate the successfulness of the approach, we are highlighting just 5 of the cases that, according to us, proves that the approach is really effective if implemented accordingly. And secondly, the choice of these examples is also influenced by the unfounded allegations against the task team, may be based on ignorance or just an intentional misinformation that will be at play. The first case that is the one that I've referred to a lot, or maybe before I even get there, the critics of the political killings task team, they don't use any other cases other than these that are set here as an example of the successfulness of the team. So we are approaching this from different angles. That is us as the political killing task team and the critics, which then maybe needs us to ask ourselves a question as to why the choice, because most of the critics are along the cases where the high-profiled hit orderers have been charged, and in most cases denied bail. Then the first one is talking to IBIS 54, the Magaqa case, where I've highlighted that we managed to get our organogram 100% green. 100% green talks to, we managed to get everybody who was involved, including the resources that were used.
May I just find out, don't we have this available electronically somewhere for it to be shown up there?
We do, Chair, and I believe that we're just struggling with the technology.
So it's not up there with the usual...
We had prepared to display, there it is. Now we've got it, Chair. It was just a glitch with the technology.
Thank you. So I hope this takes care of the... It's not resolved. Oh, God. What happened?
It's still not working, I think. Is there someone who can assist?
Should we adjourn and come back when it's up and running? Ms. Asim?
I think it's probably best that we adjourn for 2 minutes.
Let's not indicate a time. We'll come back when we are called.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn.
Was displaying up until just before we went for lunch.
Is it the laptop?
No, we need to fix it because there's more than just one.
Chair, apologies for that mishap, but thanks to the ingenuity of our team to my right, we managed to find a solution.
No problem at all.
General Khumalo, so you're dealing with this slide, dealing with this case number of EBC.
Thank you, Commissioners. And then continuing with the briefing on this case, as we have reflected, that is how we measure our success as a political killing task team, as well as to see the effectiveness of our strategy. When we start the investigation of a case, we'll investigate the motive, and then we'll put blocks in terms of how the incident happened. All the blocks will be red when the investigation starts. Then as we move with the investigation, the target is all the boxes to be green. And then we'll say we have dealt with the whole syndicate or grouping that was involved, that is responsible for that contract killing. On this case, the only outstanding is the second firearm, which is a 9mm pistol. That will talk to those ad hoc dockets, intelligence-driven operations that are continuous, because it's not easy to get the firearm that was used. But then those ad hoc intelligence operations and continuous ballistic analysis, it assists us a lot to get to the whole box to be, all boxes to be green. So what is outstanding there is that one firearm. Maybe another second issue that one would like to quickly explain on this is the one that talks to the point of the bone of contention in terms of allegations when you talk to the arrest and charging of the hit orderer, which was, according to us, identified in 2019 already as the former and late mayor, who was then arrested by the team on the 17th of March, 2019. So it's not true that when the team was established in 2018, this particular individual was arrested already. Then was released by court together with the second high-profile municipality manager after a week. And then the investigation continued. Maybe to pause on the chair, because it's one of the short story that one, if he cites it, it will remain on our minds for a long time in case we are confronted with this misinformation. The late mayor of Herikwala municipality was released by court for insufficient evidence together with the municipality manager. And then during the arrest, we had confiscated his licensed firearm. And then because we were still busy with the investigation now, according to him, he's released. His release meant that he must get back his firearm. And then indeed, then after the court interdict, we had to give back his licensed firearm that he used in killing himself on the same day of giving it back to him. Hence, then, as time moved on, we could only manage to rearrest and recharge the municipality manager without the mayor who's deceased. Then moving to the next example, another case that is most of the time also on the media, the killing of a Democratic Alliance councillor and a chief whip in Umgeni municipality. We again had managed to turn all the boxes to green, except, of course, for the firearm that is still outstanding. That is the case that if we check on our 1-to-1 dockets, as we gave the updated report, those dockets are now 120 because he was charged then on one of those dockets that were under investigation during the movement of those dockets. But the misinformation there was the team that was not willing to work together with the AfriForum private investigators. The team did not see the reason why the municipality will contract private investigators for payments, whereas there is free services by government to investigate the case of the councillor. And then that is the case that has been completely investigated. It took a little bit longer again to completely investigate that case because of the issues that the team was having with the AfroForum. Our reports were always talking to the AfroForum acting not far away from defeating the ends of justice and obstructing the political killing task team from doing their work. But then at the end of the day, that case is now completely investigated. I'm not going to be long on the third case, commissioners. It's maybe with your permission, commissioners, if we may jump that and go to the next case, because this is a parallel to the next case, where the local traditional leader was charged for being a hit orderer together with all those other role players for the murder of the local councillor. It's one of the cases where the team successfully got 100%. All the boxes are green, including the firearm. But why we are flagging it? We are flagging it because the previous case is the case that the team registered against those people of interest that were found to be attempting to defeat the ends of justice during the investigation of that case. Why we are flagging the case? It's because one of them, we do not know why one of these people that are charged and convicted already, all of them, why then it sounds like he is the only person that is involved in this particular case. It also demonstrates that you can have a syndicate even on a defeating the ends of justice case. So in this case, it's not only one person that was charged and convicted, it's the whole lot. Sergeant Dlamini, famous nowadays, who's still in prison waiting for his sentence, was arrested together with another former police officer, Lieutenant Kenneth Ndlovu, who is the brother of the hit orderer, because the two of them were coordinating this bribery. So as former Sergeant Dlamini is becoming famous for being convicted on this case, there are others that are with him waiting for their sentencing, including a former Lieutenant Colonel of the South African Police Service. Moving to the next, it's the one that again was successfully investigated with all identified suspects arrested and charged, led by the former councillor Ngiba. They were arrested, all of them, during the year 2022. The matter is currently on trial. the main misinformation and complaint was that they have been denied bail for all these years, appeal after appeal, higher court after another higher court, but they've been still denied bail. So they will personalize that to the task team having not being fair. Then moving to the last example, it's another case that I'm not going to take the commissioners in details, but we flagged it because it gives a picture of the investigation that we have been referring to at the University of Fort Hare. In between, there are cases from 2022 that were reported that are related to the officials of the university. The three of them happened during 2022, and then the last one being the one of January 2023 is the one that led to the complaint and for the team to be brought in after the last murder case. And then the team managed then to take all those cases, including the ones of 2022, to court. With the whole lot, the list of syndicates that were involved in those hits on the right. And then on the left, because the motive was found to be fraud and corruption in the university. And then the docket was also registered, and then other additional 7 plus 8 suspects were arrested and charged on that parallel case of fraud and corruption in the University of Fort Hare. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. You've taken us through these cases, and you've said that one of the reasons you deal with these cases is because there have been complaints that have been leveled against the task team about the manner in which these cases were handled. There will no doubt be much more detailed complaints submitted to the Commission and questions that would need to be answered from the task team later. I assume that you would make yourself available to answer those questions when they come.
That is correct.
Thank you. All right, so I think you are about to now conclude. So it's paragraph 53 is where you are in your statement.
And
paragraph 53.
In conclusion, Commissioners, given the statistics that we have provided to and detailed account of the political killings task team operations, from us, when we use all these yardsticks, it's evident that the team indeed has achieved remarkably so, and especially in dealing with contract killings of any nature, the consistent reduction, the high number of suspects arrested and charged, as well as convicted, are a proof that this approach is indeed working, and therefore any consideration to disband the PKTT cannot be reasonably be attributed to the issues of poor performance or lack of impact, because the evidence presented strongly supports that the team and the approach utilized is successful. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we move on to the next part of your evidence, I just had a question about whether, when you talk about the complaints, whether you received the complaints in any formal manner where you're able to respond. So you talk about those cases where you've been criticized. Were there formal complaints or charges that you responded to at any point?
Thank you. Commissioners, the other reason why these 5 cases were used as both the examples of effectiveness of the team, also as maybe an introduction of the subject that we are still going to get to, the disbandment of the task team. It's because we normally get those allegations via the media with individuals writing on these specific cases about those allegations. So from the political killing task team point of view, we have not received any official complaint. What we have also realized is these complaints are fluctuating, or they are moving with the events. We saw them coming thick and fast when the confusion of the disestablishment started. They were recycled on the media, these complaints on these 5 cases.
Thank you.
Mayor. General, I seem to have understood the evidence, I think it might have been of the National Commissioner, referring to where he was listing the complaints, pretty much the same list. But there was the one that involves the Dlamini. I don't remember what his title is. And that seemed, as I understood it, it was a complaint about the conduct of the PKTT. With the reference, specific reference was Dlamini, Mr. Dlamini, who was singled out. But there seemed to be suggested that the complaint against him was symptomatic of the conduct of members of the PKTT, which is outside of the law, behavior that is outside of the law. We don't have any detail now about what Mr. Dlamini was being accused of, but is that correct, that he was a member of the PKTT when the conduct complained of occurred and for which he was ultimately convicted, if that is what he was convicted for?
Thank you, Commissioners. Indeed, former Sergeant Dlamini was part of the PKTT and was also part of the team that was investigating that particular case that I referred to, that is a motive of their case. Then for reasons that are information between the employer and the employee, one cannot get into details. But then there was a reason for him to be withdrawn from the political killings task team, and thereafter then became part of the persons of interest on this bribery case or attempted defeating the ends of justice.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. General, we're now going to turn to Part B of your evidence, which deals with evidence of infiltration and the influence of organized crime. Can you take the Commission through paragraph 54, explaining why you've chosen to take this approach to go to the evidence at this stage?
Thank you, Commissioners. After taking the Commission through the establishment of the PKTT, the expectations might be that the next chapter or topic for discussion will be the disestablishment or the dissemination of the task team. However, for the Commission to properly understand the disestablishment part, I need first to provide the brief overview of the organized crime nature, as well as with specific reference to the cartel that is going to be part of the disestablishment discussion. which will then be followed by the evidence that have since been obtained from the mobile device of one of the cartel members, as well as the events leading to the Gauteng counterintelligence operation, and I will also add further evidence of infiltration. So, in short, in paragraph 54, the briefing for the Commission is that our next discussion or my submission will talk to the organized crime with specific reference to the cartel that is going to be part of the discussion of the disbandment of the task team.
Thank you. Can you begin then at paragraph 55? 56.
Thank you, Commissioners. In short, under the cartel structure, subparagraph 1 is summing up the status level and the standard of organized crime cartels in our country. As we are all aware that organized crime is a growing and significant threat to the national security of the country and also the prosperity of our economic prosperity as a country. So the crime syndicates, which are below the level of cartels, are increasing their network that then will be based at local level up to the international stage. Amongst these cartels, which are made up of different syndicates, there is one identified in the country known as Big Five, which have since been identified as being very sophisticated, and it has got widespread influence, and it's involved in a broad spectrum of their illicit activities. The structure and the leadership of the particular cartel that will dominate my current testimony is believed to be having its head office in Gauteng for obvious reasons. Gauteng is the economic powerhouse of the country, and then with syndicates and groupings, or the capability of the same cartel to operate throughout the country. That is the currently identified structure and leadership of the cartel.
Just pause there for a moment, just so that we are on the same page. What is your understanding of a cartel as opposed to a dictionary definition of a cartel? When you talk about a cartel, what are you talking about?
A cartel, thank you, Commissioners. A cartel is a group of highly sophisticated criminals that will come together in a form of an enterprise, coming with different skills and expertise, including experience, with many syndicates or groupings operating under them. That is our understanding of the cartel.
So when you refer to the Big Five, are you referring to Big Five cartels or Big Five individuals who are part of the cartel?
Big Five individuals that are part of one cartel, as shown in the next, as shown in the same paragraph 57, last part.
So this schematic that you're referring to at the end of paragraph 57 depicts a cartel.
Yes. That's correct, Commissioners.
Okay, you can, and I think you want to describe this schematic, so can you take the commissioners through that?
The currently identified cartel, known as Big Five, is having a structure as reflected, with the main commodity being drugs, and then there are other illicit activities that I will
General,
touch.
sorry to interrupt you, but just for the sake of clarity, although the schematic has those skulls depicting 3 of the players, it's not your intention to say they're deceased, right? I mean, they are still alive and thriving. Just to clarify for the commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioners. This is an ongoing project investigation from the identification of the Big Five, the progress made, those that are mentioned, reflected there in their boxes or positions, they've already been addressed, being a Mr. Katiso Mulifi, as well as a Mr. Muzi Matala, and then the other 3 are still being addressed.
So the reason for the skulls is because you can't name those individuals at this point.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Well, not in public.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Thank you. You may continue.
A high-level exposition of a cartel will then start, will continue from paragraph 58 with the characteristic that the cartel will always have a leader who will be leading the organization, of course, with a very firm grip, supported by the core leadership that are also heading their various departments, and also having specific specialization fields in terms of sustaining the operations of the cartel. The syndicate, which are operational units of the cartel, they consist typically of between 10 and 12 members that are recruited based on their more especially their experience in terms of dealing with one of the commodities that the cartel is specializing on.
And what are the commodities? Can you give some examples of those commodities?
The main commodity of the cartel in question is illicit drug trafficking nationally and internationally, which is then coupled with contract killings that are associated then with the drug trafficking processes, and the other commodity is cross-border vehicle hijacking, as well as kidnappings, tender frauding, and also the extortions that are mainly related to drug trafficking. Extortions, they are mainly at the business areas of the cartel.
Thank you.
The-
Go on. You at paragraph 60.
Then moving on to the political and social connections. The Big Five has already penetrated the political sphere, and there are documented cases of high-profile connections in the political arena, senior politicians alleged to be complicit and/or willfully blind to the syndicate operations. On
General, you say it's one of their hallmark features that they have penetrated the political sphere. Is this unique to the Big Five, this penetration into the political spheres?
It is a normal characteristic of a cartel, but then this cartel being under investigation, there are already documented cases that are talking to that.
Thank you. Then in paragraph 61, you deal with the criminal activities. You've already given us a sense of this from your description of commodities. So if you could just summarize paragraph 61.
Thank you, Commissioners. The list under paragraph 61 from point 1 up to point 5, they talk to the areas of specialization for this cartel that I've touched on. The only maybe ones that I can still refer to, it's the fraud and financial crimes, with specific reference there to money laundering, because as we move on, we will see that it's either prior to you being at a particular level of the cartel, you must have some sort of a business person stature. So as then the financial crimes, including money laundering, can then be possible as part of the process of the syndicate.
And you highlight in this list again the use of public procurement and tender systems.
Thank you, Commissioners. It is another commodity that is found within this cartel, as I reflected on the illustration picture, that some of the criminal activities are related to the tender frauding. So as then maybe that tender frauding, it talks to public procurement and tender system, which will then talk to illegal procurement of contracts, targeting then the state funds. So as either the illicit money can then be laundered or also to fund the illegal operations by the cartel.
Thank you. Returning to membership.
Yeah, maybe the last one that I can touch on is the cash in transit or ATM bombings. The syndicates attached to the cartel, this criminal activity is used as a quick cash flow exercise for the cartel in case then there are hiccups with the main criminal activity that the cartel is specializing on.
Thank you. You then deal with the membership, and you You describe five characteristics of membership. Can you explain briefly those 5 characteristics to the Commission?
Without maybe getting into finer details, Commissioners, I will then reflect on those 5 membership characteristics in terms of this cartel. With your permission, Commissioners, to start with, so as I can flow, to start with the entry requirement and progression, which is number 2. The individual who meet the criteria, reflecting the experience and loyalty, as well as the utility within the organization. That is considered a lot within the cartel for anyone to be part of the entry-level members. The target there, it's mainly current officials within the criminal justice systems that will be recruited at entry level, because they are coming with the most critical skill within the cartel, which will be the connection between the cartel and the criminal justice system. And then the next one talks to the growth within, which is paragraph 64. The next step of growing is to register a particular company. In most cases, it's private security companies that are the initial businesses for the members of the cartel that have just joined. There are lots of reasons for that, including then access to firearms the correct way or the lawful way. The international reach and dual citizenship is one of the characteristics that are considered if you look at the common commodity or the main criminal activity of the cartel talks to drug trafficking. Then the syndicate members have to have ability to move within the borders of the different countries in order to be of service to the cartel. The value proposition and organizational influence. This characteristic is talking to the headhunting part of the recruitment, because it will depend as to what skills, what capabilities that the cartel is looking for, and then the value that will be brought in by whoever is headhunted or recruited into the syndicate to serve the whole cartel.
And the final characteristic on internal structure.
The internal structure and ongoing roles. Within the cartel, as I have explained, that it's operating nationally. And then membership there is not static. Syndicates maintain a network that includes actively participating or retiring from the cartel, but still rendering services to the cartel, more especially playing the roles of deal brokers, advisors, as well as informants for the cartel. The most important thing in this cartel they value loyalty, common history, as well as proven capability, more especially to influence the investigations and prosecutions of incidents involving the cartel members.
You then deal with this topic of geographic targets, and if you could just briefly explain to the Commission what the need is, why are there geographic targets that the criminal syndicates have, and specifically the 3 or 4 that you mentioned?
As stated before, Commissioners, the main operational area of leadership for the cartel is in Gauteng, but the operational provinces, they are mainly KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, for various reasons. Gauteng, as I've indicated, it's an economic heart of the country where most of businesses, as well as headquarters of targeted institutions, are situated. KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, they are significant for their capability in terms of ports and transportation infrastructure, especially between Gauteng and KZN. The Eastern Cape, which is not so dominant in terms of economy, but then it's targeted because it makes it easier to expand the movement between Western Cape, Gauteng, and KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you. Then from paragraph 71 to 75, you describe the modus operandi in some detail, but could you summarize that for the Commission, please?
Thank you, Commissioners. The modus operandi, to summarize it, the operations within the cartel, all syndicates within the cartel are highly organized in terms of networking and also blending the criminal expertise with legitimate businesses that allows them to have influence at all levels, more especially at local level, where the cartel activities are originating from, both in the other world as well as broad society at local level. All members are assigned specific roles, and also the field workers are expected to deliver criminal gains to the headquarters of the cartel under strict supervision. The cartel operates not differently from normal employment in terms of the members receiving regular income for financial stability, which is a competition for the normal employment channels or environments that we have in the country. I've touched on the new entrants who are then motivated by the rates in terms of regular income, which is much quicker in that employment, more especially if you are going to be a syndicate specializing in contract killings but working for the cartel, because there you are paid as you work.
And then paragraph 75.
Then moving to...
That's just concluding a modus operandi.
In conclusion, on the operations, as I've indicated, that there is a very strict recruitment strategy or process because one of the objectives of the cartel is to remain in operations for a very long time. So that is dependent on strong connections within the public and private sectors within the operation area. So it is an ongoing effort to cultivate relationships with politicians, law enforcement officers, and business leaders within the operation area of the cartel. That is done solely to sustain the operations of the cartel.
So paragraph 76 and 77, am I correct to say that you build on the point that you just made of access to politicians and the criminal justice system? You just take that a bit further in 76 and 77, is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners. It's the continuation of the interest by the cartel in the criminal justice system. As I've said, that is a strategic objective that is meant then to safeguard the operations of the cartel for a long time by securing allies amongst the key judicial and law enforcement officials as well as political figures at various levels, but most importantly at very high levels, so as the cartel can remain able to manipulate the investigations, suppress evidence, obstruct legal proceedings that threatens their activities. This is one of the most important objectives of the cartel, because then it determines the lifespan as well as the growth in terms of income for the cartel. Moving to paragraph.
Well, I think, so just to conclude on this, you say you provide this context so as to understand the evidence that you're about to submit to the Commission, particularly with regard to the infiltration via the WhatsApp chats that we will be going into. So I just want to make sure that we've got that correctly, that's the basis for which you've set out this, the explanation of how organized crime works.
That is correct, Commissioners. This high-level overview of this cartel will help us contextualize the events that I'm about to address, so as we locate them within this sophisticated agenda that, according to the picture on hand, will render the country very lawless. In this instance, then, I will now focus on how this syndicate has captured, this cartel has captured some of the key elements within the criminal justice system in order to ensure that they sustain their operations.
So if we turn then to the next section on the WhatsApp chats, can you explain to the Commission, before we get to those chats, where did you obtain those records?
Oh, before that, Ms. Hassim, General, up to this point, you have described the characteristics of cartels in general, as I understand it, not so?
That's correct.
Yes. Now, you are going to deal with WhatsApp chats. Those are or relate to a specific cartel, not so?
That's correct,
Would
Commissioner.
that be the Big Five?
That is correct.
Yes. Perhaps this is a question that will be responded to or that is best handled by the evidence leaders, but you are at the center of this and therefore you should know. I've read your statement to the end. I am not aware that you deal with examples of any other cartels that may have infiltrated or brought undue influence to bear on the criminal justice system. Is there evidence of other cartels other than just the Big Five? Do you know? Are we going to be getting any such evidence? Do you know?
Thank you, Commissioner. For the purpose of the commission and my affidavit, the only reference will be made to this Big Five cartel.
Thank you, General.
Thank you.
Can I just ask as a follow-up to that? As the chairperson says that you've described generally how cartels work and how they get themselves into areas of influence. And yes, you're discussing the Big Five here. But that which you've described in general terms, is it your evidence or do you find that it applies to other cartels, syndicates that you're not going to testify to, but that may be within the sights of crime intelligence? And I don't want specifics. I'm just trying to locate the general discussion. How relevant is it?
The general discussion and the purpose for including it in my affidavit is to form the basis of the analysis and presentation of evidence that talks to this particular cartel in relation with the background of that high-level discussion on the cartel operations.
But
Perhaps for context, why I asked the question is because our terms of reference refer to the plural. And so that's why I am interested to know whether we are going to be dealing with just this one cartel, whereas our terms of reference refer to the plural. But of course, you've already indicated what you are going to be dealing with, so I am not putting you in a difficult position. And indeed, I prefaced my question by saying perhaps my question is something best left to the evidence leaders and indeed even our investigators.
Chair, if I could say it's two things. One is it's also an interpretation of what the terms of reference mean when it speaks of cartels versus syndicates. It could mean syndicates. But that this is not the only witness, of course, and the only evidence that will be submitted before the investigation of the commission. So, but for this witness, and certainly for the public part of this witness's testimony, the focus is on the Big Five.
Thank you, thank you.
So maybe turn to the WhatsApp chats. The first thing, General, is can you explain to the Commission how you obtained these chats?
Thank you, Commissioners. The chats were obtained from the cell phones of Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala, one of the leaders of the Big Five, organized crime syndicate, that is forming part of the Big Five cartel, as I've explained. The consent form for the seizure, as well as the extraction of the contents of these devices, was signed by Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala and is annexed as SDK 10.
And this consent form was obtained when he was arrested. And was that, what was the date of that?
That is correct, Commissioners. It was the 14th of May, 2025.
And Commissioners, that's to be found at page 112 of the annexes fund. So, will you give us, the Commission, the overview of what it is you will be taking the Commission through before we... Sorry. Let me start again. Can you describe for the Commission an overview of the WhatsApp chats that we will be going through in detail?
Thank you, Commissioners. As I've indicated, then starting from paragraph 80, as to the originality of the WhatsApp chats, these chats will provide, they were included in my affidavit because they will provide the important context that is necessary for the Commission to know in order to understand the decision to disestablish the political killings task team, as well as the manner in which that decision was sought to be implemented by certain elements within the South African Police Service, as well as the Ministry of Police. When I touched on the modus operandi at high level of organized crime syndicates, we will find a clear corroboration as we go through these WhatsApp communications between Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala and various individuals, including politicians, members of the South African Police Service, as well as business persons. The charts that I'll be taking the Commission through, I relied, that I'll rely on were obtained from the two telephone devices seized from Mr. Matlala, as I've indicated, during his time of arrest. The charts were extracted from the forensic image of the two devices, and they disclose direct communication and association between Mr. Matlala and several senior officials within SAPS, within the business space, which have apparent connections to the Minister of Police, who is Mr. Brown Mukhosi, who is an acknowledged associate of the Minister of Police, and we are also going to have a look at a forensic investigator who is publicly recognized for his comments within the media space, and the records and investigations based on these records also is evidenced with payments made to these individuals by Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala.
Can you then, in paragraph 82, you say which WhatsApp chats you are going to highlight in your evidence as we go forward. But before we do that, it's clear that there are chats between Mr. Matlala and 5 individuals. Was that the sum total of the contents of the phone, of the 2 phones?
The submission for this hearing will be on the 5 identified pair of chats or communications, and then with other evidence from the chats that will be tabled in camera if my application is approved.
So these are 5 out of a bigger batch of chats.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And these are the ones you are able to speak to in public.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And the reason you can't deal with the other ones at this point is for the reasons you gave at the outset of your testimony today, the ongoing investigations. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
All right, so can we then go to paragraph 82? And just if you can set out for the Commission who are the 5 chats that you will be taking the Commission through.
The 5 chats that I'll be taking the Commission through, number 1 is communication between Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala and Mr. Brown Mukhozi, who is a businessman linked to several SAPS officials, and he appears to have been involved in funding activities for the Minister of Police within the ANC. A printout of WhatsApp chats between Matlala and Brown Mukhozi is attached as WB1 in the WhatsApp bundle.
The second?
The second one will be the communication between Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala and Major General Sinona, who is the head of DPCI in KwaZulu-Natal. A printout of the WhatsApp chats between Mr. Matlala and Major General Sinona is attached as Annex Chat WB2.
And the third? Oh, sorry, there's 2 related to...
Yeah, under the same number 2 is also a printout of WhatsApp chats between Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala and Eitato Sinona, who is the son of Major General Sinona. That is attached as WB3.
And the third set of communications?
The third set is the communication between Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala and the acting chief of police in Eguruleni Metropolitan Police, Mr. Julius Mkwanazi. A printout of the WhatsApp chats between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Mkwanazi is attached as Annexure WB4.
Just a second.
Sorry, General. May I just, I don't want to just repeat it. Perhaps Ms. Hassim will have to first confirm, but I want to see whether there's a need for me to repeat something that I said right at the beginning when General Mkwanazi was testifying. At that stage, we as the commissioners knew for a fact that implicated people had not been given notice. And I announced that that did not mean that the implicated persons were going to be prejudiced in any way, because implicated person notices would be issued hour afterwards, and that they would be given copies of the transcripts, the witness statements, the exhibits, and whatever else may be relevant that the Commission is in possession of that relates to the particular implicated person. So I made that announcement right at the at the beginning. And it was understandable at that stage, the circumstances under which we commenced with our hearings. Right up to the last moment, the evidence leaders were in the process of going through a huge data, huge bundle of information, electronic information, which they could not have been able to decipher, understand, and so on without some IT infrastructure, which you received, which the evidence leaders received quite late. Hence, no implicated person notices were issued or could be issued ahead of the hearings. Now, a number of names are being mentioned here. We no longer know as commissioners whether implicated person notices have been issued beforehand or not, and if they have not been, what the plan is.
Chair, thanks for raising it. The position remains the same as when we began. The volume of evidence on our data platform is huge. And in respect of this witness as well, the statement was only finalized on Friday. And one of the difficulties in particular with this preparation for this week was not only trawling through, as you see, the reams of evidence, but establishing what could feasibly be led in public. The intention was to try to maximize transparency. And so we could only finalize what evidence would come through quite late. So witness notices have not been, third-party notices have not been issued yet, but they are in preparation and certainly will be forwarded to the implicated parties who are being mentioned right now, together with the transcript of the evidence of this witness.
Thank you very much. So there is assurance not only to South Africans as a whole, but also to the implicated persons that they will be given notices and that they will not be prejudiced.
Absolutely, and one of the important aspects of giving the notice would be to provide the detail of the evidence that's been led against them, so they can have an opportunity to prepare properly a response.
Thank you, Ms. Hassim. Thank you.
Thank you. General, I think you indicated the third set of communications with the acting chief of police in the Ekurhuleni municipality. The fourth is?
The fourth is Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala and Mr. Calvin Rafadi, who is an academic commentator linked to several high-ranking SAPS officials, and the printout of those WhatsApp chats are attached as Annexure WB6.
And the fifth?
The fifth one is the communication set between Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala and Mr. Suleiman Karim, who is a business person linked to several high-ranking SAPS officials. The printout of those WhatsApp chats between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Karim is attached as WB7.
So you then explain that the chats, and as we go through it, we'll see it, have annexures. So there are attachments in the chat. And you've attached those as well to the chats, so the Commission can see not just the actual conversation, but whatever is attached to it. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And the chats, particularly those that we are going to display, contain classified information, and they contain some personal private information, and those have been redacted. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
But Commissioners, your version in your bundle is unredacted. And then in 85, you explain some of the issues using the software of the commission to try to present your evidence. Can you just touch on that, please?
Thank you, commissioners. The commission has used a software that has two shortcomings when it comes to this evidence that will be presented in the form of WhatsApp chats. The first one will be at the start and the end of any chat stream that it downloads, the system that is used by the commission, it misreads the system message, signaling the beginning and the end of the chat stream, and it displays it as a message from an unknown caller. That is what the commission's system is doing. So at the start and the end of each of the annexures, there appears to be a message from an unknown caller, which is in fact a misread of the system message and does not represent an actual message from an unknown caller. Then the second weakness is the displaying of the displayed messages do not, in the display, indicate whether they are messages originally sent by the sender or messages forwarded by the sender. In order to address this second weakness, I have had a spreadsheet created that extracts the metadata of the messages in the WhatsApp chat files, so as to indicate which of the messages were forwarded and which of the messages were sent. There are no forwarded messages in the chats between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Julius Mkwanazi and also Tato Sinona.
Thank you. And those spreadsheets are attached as SDK 11, SDK 12, SDK 13, and SDK 14. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Can I just ask a question for clarification? So there's a consent to search an electronic equipment. You get hold of Mr. Matlala's 2 cellular phones. And then in your statement in paragraph 82, you say from the WhatsApp chats, you were able to establish that there are these communications between Mr. Matlala and other people. How were you able to identify the other people that Mr. Matlala was communicating with? So if you just take, for example, paragraph 82.1 of your statement on page 33. So we know that you have Mr. Matlala's device, so you know that it is him communicating with somebody else. But how were you able to identify that he was communicating with the people you have mentioned in your statement?
Thank you, Commissioners. The detailed profiles, as well as then the official communication of the numbers that will be linked with those specific individuals was done.
So you were able to link the numbers of these other individuals with their names?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Mayor, General, just so that I understand what we are looking at, that explanation at 85.1, where you're talking about the shortcomings of the system, where you say at the start and end of each of the annexures, there appears to be a message from a known caller, which is in fact a misread system message and does not represent an actual message from an unknown caller. I'm not sure what you're saying there. Are you saying the caller is known? Are you saying there is a message. I'm not sure what it means when I look at what is on the screen now.
Thank you, Commissioners. We are saying the system used by the Commission at the start and the end of each annexure, there appears to be a message that it's from an unknown caller, which is in fact a misreading of the system. And the system message, and that does not represent an actual message from an unknown caller. It's a system misreading.
So there's no message?
No. If I could help, because it was the Commission, that software that was used to assist the witness. And what happened is when the chats get downloaded, and you'll see it when we go to the chats, Commissioner Baloy, at the start, where the downloading begins, it registers a message, and it doesn't know the system how to deal with it. So it just says unknown caller or unknown sender, but it's really just I want to say like an artifact or something of the system of extraction of the chats that gets reflected. It's not actually any message that's coming from anyone at all. And at the end of the chat, there's the same thing at the end of it, at the bottom. So for each one, you'll see that. It's just a system error message in a way.
Does that mean on the chats themselves, you do see who the chat was from and to whom it was? When it comes to the chats themselves?
The chats themselves are reflected quite clearly who, on both sides, yes.
Oh, all right, okay, thank you.
And then perhaps I should also assist the witness to explain the point about the time, because in the spreadsheets that we've provided, it's 2 hours. It's using GMT as opposed to South African time. So we'll add 2 hours to the times in the spreadsheet. Okay. General Khumalo, you wished to first give the Commission a sense and an overview of the kind of picture that emerges from the chats before we dive into the chats. So can you start at paragraph 86, please?
Thank you, Commissioners. A preview of the picture that will be confirmed by the WhatsApp chats, starting with 8.6.1. Mr. Matlala or one of his employees makes payments to Mr. Mohosi directly, sometimes for expenses related to the African National Congress events, and in particular for the benefit of delegates of such event who are apparently linked to the Minister Nkunu through the Chief of Staff, Mr. Nkabinde, in the office of the Minister. Then number 2, in return, Mr. Mohosi uses his influence within the SAPS and the ministry to manipulate SAPS processes so as to frustrate criminal investigations into Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala. Also leaks highly confidential or classified information of the SAPS to Mr. Matlala. Also coordinates the payments from the SAPS to the Medicare 24 Tshwane District, a company owned by Mr. Matlala, which unlawfully procured a contract from SAPS worth 360 million. And number 4.
Rand. You left out Rand.
360 million rands. Apologies,
Thank you.
Commissioner. And the fourth one, the fourth picture, is an unsuccessful attempt to prevent the SAPS from cancelling its contract with Medicare 24 Tshwane District. In pursuit of these goals, Mr. Mukhosi, in a mistaken belief that an investigation into Mr. Matlala was being conducted by the Political Killings Task Team, as pointed out above. It was actually that investigation conducted by the Gauteng counterintelligence operations. Mr. Mukhosi has pursued the disestablishment of the Political Killings Task Team, a mistaken identity. And then, secondly, he has specifically sought to find a means of having me subjected to a criminal and/or disciplinary proceedings, including a somewhat comical attempt to rely on a December 2024 Constitutional Court judgment in State versus Makala, CCT number 237/2002, to have me disciplined for the conduct of a different Brigadier Khumalo, who was involved in that case, a Brigadier Mbuso Khumalo, who was then referred to on the records of proceedings on this case, and who Mr. Mukhosi apparently thought it was me or myself, the second mistaken identity. 8.6.4, Mr. Mukhosi purports to have been operating in this regard with the support of the Minister of Police, as well as the Chief of Staff in the Minister of Police, Mr. Nkabinde, and Lieutenant General Sbiya, the Deputy National Commissioner in the SAPS. Apparently, in parallel, Major General Sinona pursues similar objectives with Mr. Mukhosi and leaks confidential SAPS documents to Mr. Matlala. Major General Sinona's association with Mr. Matlala appears to be linked to a commercial venture between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Tato Sinona, his son.
General?
You've referred to the singular when speaking now, but in the written version, you refer to the plural, commercial ventures, plural. Is it a venture or ventures?
Apologies, commissioners. It's a commercial ventures.
General, in paragraph 86.5, where you speak about Major General Sinona pursuing similar objectives with Mr. Mukhosi, is that with intended? Is it with him or is it similar to Mr.
I think
Mukhosi?
as is probably the better word than with.
Not, General, you confirm that you're not saying
Yes.
that Major General Sinona and Mr. Mukhosi are working together?
It's a typing error, commissioners. It's Major General Sinona similar objectives as Mr. Mukhosi, not with.
And just to be clear, are those objectives the ones set out in 86.4? Because remember, at the start of 86, you set out various objectives that Mr. Mukhosi pursues. So it's just not clear from 86.5 whether you're referring to all the objectives starting from 86.2 or whether you are limiting yourself to only 86.4.
No, I'm only referring to 86.4, Commissioners.
Okay. So just so that you understand, when you say Major General Senona pursues similar objectives as Mr. Mokhodzi, you're referring only to the objectives set out in 86.4?
That is correct, Commissioners.
About that, General, let's just be sure. 86.4 says Mr. Mokhodzi purports to operate with the support of the Minister, the Chief of Staff, and General Sibia. Are you in 86.5 saying Major General Senona acts with support of the Minister? I think that's the specific question you're being asked. Are you saying Major General Senona acts with the support of the Minister, the Chief of Staff, and General Sibia? Is that the intention?
So to clarify, General, because my understanding is, and you'll correct us, is that when you refer to similar objectives, you're referring to similar objectives in general and not specific specific manipulation and specific influence within the ministry, for example.
Yes.
That's what I understood, but please correct me if I'm wrong.
That is correct, Commissioners. The modus operandi from the beginning will look more or less the same, but as you get into the implementation, and then it might talk to a specific objective, but overall, the objectives are grouped as the same.
I think what, Ms. Asima, I thought you had clarified in the way that I understood it, which is you are not saying about Major General Senona that he acts in support of Minister Mkhunu. You're not saying in support of the Chief of Staff or with their knowledge, and you're not saying with the knowledge of General Sibia. I've understood it to be that's not what you're saying. You're just speaking to the broad objectives of.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. I'm trying to remember where we were. Were we at 86.6 then? Yes.
8.6.
86.6.
86.6, Mr. Karim and Mr. Rafadi appear to be paid by Mr. Matlala for their access to senior SAPS members and their ability to advance same goals as those pursued by Mr. Mokhodzi, and also to leak sensitive SAPS documents to Mr. Matlala.
And 86.7?
86.7, alongside Mr. Matlala's unlawful influence over affairs of SAPS, he has a relationship with Mr. Mkhwanazi, which involves the abuse of EMPD for the benefit of Mr. Matlala.
And then you end your high-level picture so that you are able to take the commission to the chats themselves. Do you want to just explain that?
Thank you, Commissioners. There are, of course, then vast numbers of messages in the chats that are relevant to the location of the message in the chats, affecting the significance. In the circumstances, I've been advised that it will be more helpful to simply take the commission through the chats, message by message, in oral evidence, rather than to try or attempt to extract a more detailed summary of the chat into this statement. What the charts demonstrate, at the very least, is that organized crime has managed to infiltrate the SAPS and the EMPD at the very highest level.
And would it be correct for me to understand then that this overview that you've provided and this sort of strands of the picture, there are other strands that will become clearer as we go through the chats?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. Chair, I'm in your hands. It's 3 minutes to 4, and I'm sure I'm happy to go straight to chat number 1.
During the lunch break, one of your juniors, Ms. Power, said to us, when you get to that point, you would ask for an adjournment for her to change laptops. I don't know whether that has since been sorted out, because if we would have to adjourn for that, then we would have to adjourn for the day and resume at 9:30 tomorrow. It looks then it's only 2 minutes to go. So perhaps the best starting point is 9:30 tomorrow. Let us adjourn.
Thank you.